Okay. Weird time of day, I know, to be starting. I'm kind of like in between my two usual times. The amount of fiddle I have been doing to make this work in a way that I'm happy with is has certainly been a thing. Because for some reason this has been more of a headache than Dawn of Sorrow was to make work, and I cannot explain why. Now, as with Dawn, as you can see with anybody who knows anything about the DS Castlevanias, you'll realize there's not a second screen on my capture right now. That's because the top screen is going to be useless to you guys, aside from me occasionally showing you the map if I was going to do that, or showing you bestiary information, just like with Dawn. No point in having that. Better that you guys focus on the action that's happening on screen. I also could not come up with a good way to capture both still. I could put the top screen like above my head, right up here, but what would be the point? It would be small enough that you guys wouldn't be able to really read the map or see the text information, so it seemed like it'd be pointless. Now, there is two potential things that might cause issues with today's stream. One, you may hear some banging and such, because it sounds like the water company or something is outside on the road right now, doing I don't know what. And I had a couple odd hiccups, internet-wise, earlier today. I don't know if it was specific to what I was doing, or if the internet as a whole hiccuped. I'm just gonna scribble some crap on here, because it's really hard to draw with the mouse when it's not aiming correctly. 1944. The world is in chaos. The Second World War has claimed millions of lives, leveled cities, destroyed nations. The souls of the war's dead blanket at the planet. Lost, hurt, and angry. Their anguish summons an accursed castle of legend. It has appeared many times throughout history, bringing with it evil and darkness, the Castle of Dracula, the Lord of Evil. It arrives in man's darkest hour to push us over the brink into ruin. There's that favorite word again, ruin. That whip, there's no mistaking it. You're Jonathan Morris. Good eye, and you are? Ah, forgive me, I'm Vincent Doran. By order of the church, I've been awaiting you. To think that the master of the legendary vampire killer would come here. A blessing indeed. Too bad he can't actually use it. Hey, Charlotte, can't you even pretend to play along for once? Well, it's the truth, isn't it? You can't lie to a priest. What? Are you suggesting that whip is a fake, then? It's true, I can't even use the vampire killer. This whip wasn't actually passed down through my family. You've heard of the Belmont family, haven't you? Why, of course I have. They've used that whip for generations to destroy Dracula. And that family is related to the Morris family by blood. Been doing your research, huh? Unfortunately, the fact is, we're not the true successors. No problem, though. I've won every battle Old Town now without the whip. Not one loss. Lucky you have me to help you. Yes, I was wondering about that, and you are... Well, excuse me. If you're from the church, then remember this. I'm Charlotte Alwyn. Charlotte, I've heard that name before. Charlotte. Oh, you must be the great magician everyone's been talking about. Great, you say? Unbelievable, to think she was a mere child. Oh well, I mean, such a lovely young lady. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Yes, that. You heard that, Jonathan? He called me lovely. So anyway, Vincent, you had some business with me? Oh, yes, I do. I've been ordered to assist you in your quest. I've brought potions with me, but, well, what? It's a matter of economics. You want us to pay you, right? Oh, well, if you insist. Sure, no problem. I think we can take care of that. I couldn't care less. But more importantly, the castle. Is that really Dracula's castle? No one has seen Dracula thus far. However, the church insists that it is indeed Dracula's castle. No doubt about it, that castle's pulsing with dark magical power. I can't imagine it's anything but the castle of Lord Dracula that I studied in the books. Sounds like fun. Come on, better get going then, Charlotte. Right with you. Be careful. I'll search for a safe place. I'll meet you inside. Godspeed. And all of that stuff I'm supposed to say as a priest, yes. And of course Discord is going ape. Oof. Okay. It's getting a little bit of weird hitching, and I'm kind of concerned about that one. And this is the gimmick for this one compared to most of the others. You have both Jonathan and Charlotte to control, and occasionally, you can have both of them out doing things at the same time. I usually only go with one or the other, but I'm sure there are people who have played this with both out the whole time, for one reason or another. You can't control the whip that much. At least not currently. So I seem to recall you can gain a couple tricks later, but we don't really have it at the minute. Grab the Tome of Arms. Knife. Oh, short sword, but it looked like a knife. As soon as I hit the correct buttons. Similar to most of these, you actually can change your equipment. We will be equipping that short sword for the time being and giving Charlotte her Tome of Arms if I choose to use her. Our range is now kind of trashed, but it's fine. The damage will be worth it. Can't go up at the moment. Don't think we can break that. No, we can break that. Okay. Alright, this sequence. I forgot this even happens. This is kind of a non-issue unless you do something real stupid. He is catching up a bit, but as you can see, that's the end of the path, so you're basically fine. Now he just goes on his merry way and breaks his own head. Really? This is what we're starting today with? Die. Hey Laylee, how you doing? Don't mind me just smashing a bot through the floor. Throwing knives. I think that was a save point to our right, but we'll go up here first. Summon skeleton, I'm not gonna need. Yeah, so far so good. But have you stay up here, push this into place. And now when a character's left stationary, you can actually swap to them instead of just calling them to and from. Swap that. Swap. There we go. I'm going to get my buttons mixed up a few times here today because I swapped things around a little bit. Because in the future it will be beneficial to me. I just need to adjust. Because I was originally going to leave it at the actual DS layout, but I swapped it so that my buttons actually match what's on this controller in my hands. So that I wouldn't get confused. I'm just currently getting reflex confused instead. And let me make a quick change here because it's actually acting up a little bit because of what I did. We'll change both of those settings back. This is a warp room, we can't do anything with that at the minute. Won't help us at all. We currently can't do anything to get through there. Huh? Something's here. It's not human. Monster? No, wait, I sense no evil from him. Ah, you can sense me. Who are you? A ghost, as you can see. Ghosts have no need for names. Impossible! Somehow he retained his consciousness after dying. Must be the castle's magic. I don't know about you, but he sure seems shady to me. Think what you will, it's your choice. However, can you truly destroy me with a whip you can't even use? Exactly. Much spook, much ghost. Only one way to find out. Wait, hold on. How do you know he can't use the vampire killer? Huh? I find it very odd to find a ghost not controlled by the power of Dracula's castle. Smart girl compared to this foolish boy. Just before I died, I cast a magic barrier on myself, binding my soul to this place. I'm free of the castle's magic, but I'm trapped here. A paranormal entity like you can easily be affected by magic. Casting a barrier that repels the castle's power is impossible even for me. Just who are you? My name is meaningless, but I suppose you need to call me something. Very well, call me Wind. Mr. Wind? Just Wind is fine. Alright, Wind, what are you doing here? Hello there, Firelina, how are you doing? Didn't you hear him? He's trapped here, remember? I understand that, but if he truly has this much power, he could use other methods besides just binding his spirit here. My, you really are a bright little girl, aren't you? Stop treating me like a child, my name is Charlotte. Now, I understand, and who is this boy? Who are you calling boy? It's Jonathan. Jonathan Morris. The reason I'm here, simply put, is regret. I will not rest until the lord of this castle is vanquished. I thought I would lend assistance to those who wish to defeat him. But if you can't move from here, what do you intend to do? In spirit form, I am able to grant items and techniques I once possessed in life. I think they'll be of great help to you. In that case, please help us. No, I've been able to do just fine without any of his help so far, so why don't you just... Right, so far, but this is Dracula's castle. Even if you could use that whip, it won't help you when you die. Don't you remember your father? Enough about my father. Just leave this to me, okay? My father's dead. Forget him. Sorry, but still... No, wait, I'm sorry. I guess I got a little over dramatic there. You did kind of start temper tantruming there a bit, kid. You might be right, Charlotte. Wind, perhaps we could use your help. Would you help us? If you can complete the tasks I give, only then will I help you.
How are things?
Okay. Hit the wrong button, but we'll fix that.
How are things? Care to try? This is your training.
There we go. Which I think by next to me means just right over here. Yep, there's the priest. Oh, well, welcome back. So you're selling your potions here? There aren't many now, but my stock will increase little by little. For a price, right? Yes, I'm afraid so, Master Jonathan. Don't try anything shifty, and don't even try to lie. Still, it is true that rural churches are short on money, or so they say. Thank you, you're lifesavers. Anyway, please have a look. I don't know why it's having that little bit of slowdown and hitching. I think it's being disagreeable with the setup I've rigged together for this. We'll just have to bear with it. It'll be fine.
I'll make you a deal.
I don't think it'll hurt anything too badly. I don't really need any of this. I wouldn't mind having this, because it would save us a lot of time, but that's very expensive, and we don't have that kind of money.
Thank you.
Now we can turn this in with wind, and get our first reward, Lizard Tail. We can now slide. Now you should be able to advance deeper into the castle. If you complete the tasks I give you, I'll teach you even more, including magic skills. I may be able to entrust you with other items in the future as well. Sounds good to me. Oh, one more thing. Regarding this castle's lord. You mean Dracula, right? I've read books about him. Dracula isn't this castle's lord. What do you mean? That's why they call this Dracula's castle. It is indeed Dracula's castle. However, the castle's lord is a vampire by the name of Browner. I've heard nothing about that. As one would expect, his identity's been kept secret for years, after all. He infuses magic into paintings to increase his power. You will undoubtedly come across his paintings in this castle. Search for those paintings. He's using paintings to make the castle's power his own, isn't he? Still, he isn't Dracula after all, so we're safe for now. Be careful, his power grows stronger by the minute. No problem. We won't let you be tied down here for long, that's a promise. Trust us, Jonathan might seem unreliable, but he'll never break a promise. That's a reassuring statement. Very well, best of luck to you. Alright then, let's go find those paintings. There's gonna be a lot of front-loaded dialogue that I'm gonna have to read. But once we get through the majority of that, there will not be that much more reading on my part that I have to do. Okay. So that's all squared away. Now we can actually make some progress here. This is our first painting. This painting, its power is incredible. Must be one of those paintings. Without a doubt. I've got it. Care to share? This painting's function. Browner is using it to control the power of this castle. We already established that. You literally said that yourself about 5 seconds ago. Well then, let's hurry up and rip it to shreds. Impossible. Anything we do will be pointless. From what I can tell, based on the theory of curse amplification, this picture is a multi-layer quantum space barrier. A kind of paranormal phenomenon. Okay, and what's that mean in human language? In short, think of it as a series of walls that surround the magic controlling Dracula's castle. The painting itself is just the outermost wall. As soon as you break it, it'll regenerate. It's unbreakable. Your wall analogy doesn't explain the regenerating bit, but we can just kind of slide past that. How convenient. So now what? I'll align my magic with the painting so we can enter it. That'll be the best way to circumvent the castle's magic. The risk is quite high, though. No problem. Come on, what do we have to lose? Your lives, your souls, your ability to go anywhere else in the castle in case you get stuck there. There's options. Okay then, here we go. And here we have the other main gimmick. We enter paintings in order to enter other zones of the game. The castle itself is actually fairly small, by comparison to some Castlevanias. But we have quite a lot of ground to cover through all these paintings. So we're in the painting now? The will of the artist is embodied here. Basically saying Browner's will is law here. So things that otherwise might not make any sense might still be true here. And do note the fact that there is 3D backgrounds, like, you can see those buildings shifting side to side back there. That's gonna be part of why this is not gonna cooperate quite as well as Dawn did. But it should mostly be fine, as I said before. Just don't be surprised if the audio janks out slightly here and there. What I'll probably do is after this first session, I may swap setups to the other idea I had, but I need to figure out how to get past the opening in that emulator because of the fact that I do not have touchscreen access in that one, and this game requires you to actually do touchscreen input to set a profile, as far as I was able to figure out. Because, you know, DS game, gotta have all your touchscreen inputs. Now, important thing to note, for all that I'm going to be sassing things about this game and the fact that it's on the DS and all of that, I love this game. I love all of the DS Castlevanias. But that does not mean I'm not going to give them shit about their choices with the gimmicks and such. Just understand that ahead of time, because that's just going to be fact. Anybody who's been around here for a little while knows I'm going to sass anything and everything at all possible opportunities, because that's just who I am. Okay, I do have a backdash. I forgot whether Jonathan started with that or not. It does a little spin. I need to really remember my ranges, because, boy, that's embarrassing. Now, as background, yes, I have played basically the entirety of this game in the past. As I mentioned at the end of the Kingsfield 4 stream the other day, I was just about able to finish this game, and then I lost the DS that the game cartridge was in. So it all went to shit from there, and I had since never went back and finished the game because I didn't want to start it all over again at any point. Till now. I've decided now is as good a time as any to get this done. Since we already covered up to Dawn of Sorrow, it made sense to keep going. They've just been separated enough that I don't burn out. Because let me tell you, playing all of these back-to-back, you probably would start seeing enough similarities that you would get a little sick of it, potentially, depending on how you feel about how these work. Speaking as one who basically did that, because I ended up getting copies of most of these pretty close together. And it definitely took me, I think, the longest of the 3 DS Castlevanias in terms of time to beat this one. And that is not a matter of difficulty, more a matter of getting distracted. And I do feel like it takes longer to get around between the paintings than it would to just go area to area in any of the others. That's not inherently a bad thing, just that is where that difference comes into play. Now, it has been a long time, so I'm not going to remember where fancy things are or remember any crazy details with this, but if people have questions, I can probably remember answers to mechanics and things like that, at the very least. I should probably put some of this stuff on rather than just leaving it in my pocket as I'm hurrying through. I'm trying to get us past these early bits because there's really not much notable going on here. And, you know, trying to make up for the time we lost with the huge front-loaded dialogue chains. Now, since the last thing like this we played was Dawn of Sorrow, I'm going to point out, unlike Soma, we can't take control of souls or anything. We're not going to be gaining skills that way. Jonathan's main way of getting skills is going to be through these sub-weapons he can find. Like, for example, we have the knife now. You're going to be seeing a lot of the typical Castlevania sub-weapons, whereas Charlotte can learn magic through those scrolls we were picking up. I do remember making quite a bit of use of Charlotte's magic skills. So I want to say I actually personally preferred her playstyle half the time, but I'm also usually the caster type in most games, so that's not really shocking. But in terms of just traveling and getting through problems, I did spend a lot of time using Jonathan just because of pretty much what's happening here. Just walking through a room and just chopping everything out of my way. Ow. You lost your blade there, buddy. There is an interaction I should probably show off with those noblemen that are fighting us here as well, now that I think about it. Ow. Really thought I would have seen a save point by now, but I think I took a wrong turn for the save point that was nearby. I think I missed a room back over there, and said save point was there. It'll be fine. If I need to take a potion, that's fine. I just need to not be stupid and pay attention to my health and realize when I need to take that potion. Nope, there we go. There's the save point. Yeah, for clarity, since I do not have a modded DS or anything, this is emulated. I would rather do this one on the hardware it came in on, just because of memories tied to that, but for practical reasons, this is how this has to be. I fucked up. I forgot how I was supposed to do that. Because the drill on that will not go unless somebody's in there. So what you have to do is you put one in here, you have the other one smack that, and then you swap around. And then you go for a great old ride through this whole tunnel, ripping up everything in your path. Which, I do remember that being a lot of fun when I first encountered that. After the first few times you do it, it kind of loses its luster, but, you know, it is what it is. There we go. Now, when I press R, Charlotte will pop in and throw some fire, since that's the spellbook she has equipped right now. If I was playing as Charlotte at the time, Jonathan would drop in and throw a knife. Because that's the sub-weapon he currently has equipped. I like the amount of options they give you in this game for utilizing both characters in a reasonable capacity. Did I make use of it for the most part? Not really. Because, honestly, just like the rest of the DS Castlevanias, this game's not that hard. Unless you do something really stupid, or try to make the game harder than it is for yourself. Which, full respect if you do that, because it does probably make the game more fun in some ways. But for the purpose of what we're doing here, I'm just gonna go through the game as I would normally. Which is gonna be extra challenge enough because I make bad decisions. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember where, like, the secret walls and such are off the top of my head. We can sort out a way to find those later. While this guy's here... Notice how he reacts completely differently to Charlotte. Little things like that are what make these games really good. That particular move just makes me laugh rather than being actually a good thing, but you know. It's a detail that they decided to add. They absolutely didn't have to put that there. There was no need for that to exist. But it does. Gone, another skeleton, gone. Oh, it is worth noting, we do have a level that is between both of them. You don't have to, like, specifically grind levels for one over the other, or what have you. That is a shared level, from what I recall. Button. And here's our first boss. We probably can take it right now, so we'll just get this over with. I might have to use a potion or two here just because of positioning issues that might end up happening. Because, as you might guess, you can only damage the head. So now is the time where I'm gonna actually start using... I don't know. No, I have it backwards. There we go. There might be like a phase change or something along the way with this. Or I'm remembering the wrong enemy. It's entirely possible. As mentioned, very long time ago. Okay, I forgot he does that, and I forgot that does a shitload of damage. It's also having some real wacky slowdown, which is problematic. The fact that we're off to start like that with the slowdown is concerning. Was really not expecting to die there. I expected, as I said, to need to heal, because he was going to do a bunch of damage at some point. But I forgot that he literally does like half your health bar with those ghosts that he throws. Bumps into you with his foot there. Back off. Thankfully, they're not that bad to dodge, I just needed to know they were coming. I have genuinely no idea why the audio, in particular, is freaking out so hard, because as you can see, it's moving pretty much fine. Oh, he's getting real spammy with that now, huh? Let's go ahead and heal for safety at this point. Things I should have been remembering to do the entire time. Ah! So, fun fact... I did press to the right for Jonathan to walk to the right. It interpreted my input as down. This is proving to be more of a comedy of errors than I thought it was going to be. Which is impressive, because I thought I was going to have problems to begin with. Okay, let me check something here. Hang on. Let me fiddle a little. I've clearly screwed something up somewhere. I don't know if you guys are going to see me tinkering with those options now. Okay. So just bear with me a second while I fiddle. This may crash everything. And if it does, well, I can fix it. I don't know if this will actually be any better either. But I'll fiddle old things around and try things. That also probably is part of the problem with the audio. So we'll try switching to that and that. Okay. Let's see how well this works. That feels better. We'll see how well it retains in here. So I think the issue is the shifting background back there. That seems to be a little bit better. Still a bit stuttery and weird, but it's not as bad. But I have better control. For those wondering what the difference between when I did Dawn of Sorrow and when I'm doing this, I used RetroArch for the Dawn of Sorrow streams, and I'm using BizHawk right now because this was the only way I could figure out to get touchscreen input. And hello there, Amber, with your sass. How goes? I didn't jump high enough. Inconvenient. Read the pattern, just avoid the problems. Go. And there we go, we finally got the boss down instead of getting my head kicked around. I'll be taking that. Phew, that monster just now seemed to be at the core of the magic energy. Meaning Broner can't use the castle's power now? Not quite. His control over the castle's power has decreased a bit, but... Decreased a bit? I think there's something else. My oh my. I knew I smelled something. Something like maggots got inside. Huh? A vampire. My, such an attitude. You dare disrespect somebody of my caliber? I am a lady. Lady Loretta. As you said, your battle just now may have weakened us a bit. However, I do have some tragic news for you. This wasn't the only one of my father's paintings. I knew that. I can obviously tell by sensing the movement of the magical energy. What an amusing sight. A child who fancies herself an adult. Ah, let's take her, Charlotte. Right with you. Yeah, that ain't gonna end well for you. The whip! Jonathan, what are you doing? Unfortunately, I have strict orders from Father not to fight you. Now if you'll excuse me. And away she went. Why did you stop attacking? It was like some strange power was... Oh, never mind. I'm sure it was nothing. I probably just imagined it. Sorry. Oh well, like that vampire said, I sense other paintings. I can't pinpoint their exact location, though. We'll just have to find them. Let's head back to the castle. As they said, we're basically done with this painting unless we want to go grab other stuff lying around in here. Get an extra jump. You do actually have to summon your partner to do that, though. Basically just bounce off their head. I'm pretty confident there is a trick where you can get them to jump at the right timing and get even higher than that, but... it's fiddly. I remember messing around with that a bunch. And I think I only sometimes succeeded, and I don't remember if I actually gained real height from that or not. I want to get that little devil gone first, and then we'll worry about getting up here. There we go. Because remember, sometimes in teamwork you gotta use each other's heads, and sometimes that's more literal than others. Not getting in there at the minute. I'm pretty confident I remember how we get in there, but we don't currently have the capacity for that. And I know things probably look a little stretched and weird on your end in the capture. Because I remember looking at it when I was setting it all up and going, doesn't look the best. But it looks better than if I had the two screens sitting on top of each other, I think. So, we'll just make do with what we got. My legs. I need those. Now, as a reminder, tomorrow is probably going to be messed with a bit as a result of scheduled changes. Whether it actually works out this time or not, we'll find out. God damn it. You gotta time your jump just right, or you just pass right through your partner. And leaving this little bastard alive was a mistake. There we go. I was trying to avoid the shots and bounce off of Charlotte just at the right timing. We have a bunch of new stuff I should probably go through. The longsword's weaker, but it's faster. This might be a better idea for the time being. Sure, go ahead and put that on. This is better for Charlotte. I do finally have shoes, and I never bothered to put them on. Backdash enhancement will be good to have. Okay. Yeah, the encyclopedia is what we started with. Yeah, of course it's slightly stronger. We do lose a point of intelligence with that, but that's okay, because the glasses will counterbalance that. And the nun shoes are an upgrade for her, so we'll go ahead and give her that. It does open up the sandals to give Jonathan one more defense, but I feel like the backdash enhancement's gonna be a better idea. Once we're on flat ground, I'll show you what I mean with that. Show off what she can do for a moment as well. Right now, her book is pretty weak, so that's why it's not really working out the best. And you've already seen her do her her spell. But the advantage when she's on the field herself is you can actually charge her magic. And some of the spells do actually do some fairly decently different things compared to their uncharged forms once they're at full charge. But it's a playstyle thing. You either want that or don't. You'll notice we dash back a good, like, half again the distance we did before, making it actually fairly viable for dodging. And now they can both push together, because for some reason they couldn't do that before, without picking up a magic cube that tells them how. Get some wind magic for Charlotte, mace for Jonathan, and access to a whole other small section in here that we could have just jumped up into before, but we would have gotten blocked on getting out. If anybody's wondering if I'm actively remembering all of this pathing or not, no, this is predominantly memory and instinct playing a part here. I'm just letting my hands take me where I need to be. Because when you do something enough times, your hands will remember. And I can generally trust my muscle memory for things. I was expecting the other attack. Otherwise I would have dashed ahead of that attack earlier. That's a lot of axes. I forgot this hallway was so riddled with axe knights. Jesus. That's another thing. Charlotte can actually cast buff spells as well. I don't really see the point to them personally. Oh yeah, that's another thing. If they can reach an opponent when they're summoned in, they will just attack. Which can be very handy. Especially if you actually remember to do it, unlike me. I tend to forget. Because this is the only game out of the series that I can think of anyway that does quite that trick. I can go up into that area up there. No, I can't, because we couldn't fit through there. I think there was something in the way on that spot on the left. For those who don't know, I have the top screen on my screen, and it's showing the map, you just can't see it. There's a room over here I think we can reach. If it comes to a point where I feel like you guys need to know something about the map, I can switch things around so you guys can see the map. To see what I mean. Till then, though, there's no real point to that. I seem to have mostly fixed the performance hitching. Now we've got the axe, which I probably won't use. Now we want to go back to that warp room I found, because that'll take us back to the beginning of this portrait, and we'll be out of here. Because I think that's just about everything of value we can get in here at the minute. Aside from grinding out all the enemy drops and such, which, as I said on Twitter, this is not going to be a 100% run, but my curiosity is going to get the better of me from time to time, so I'm going to sit there and grind some things out, probably. And there will probably be a time or two where I grind a little bit to get stronger, because I do remember at least one point where the game did actually start giving me a little bit of trouble. But part of that might also have been my decision-making years ago not being the best. Because I do definitely remember making some poor choices in this game. Let's have the wind for a little while. Ribbon... More defense, less intelligence. You don't need that. The axe, as you can see, swings just like the greatsword did. But it's going to do a lot more damage, so it's a worthwhile trade. Even though I would prefer to use the faster weapons. And away we go. And for anyone worried about it, there will be a lot less flashing light issues in this. There are a couple times where the screen will blink once, but I don't remember any times where it does it multiple times. Like, as you saw when the boss died, the whole screen went white for a second. It only ever does that, like, the one time when the boss dies, and then it's done. That I remember. Just mentioning that since we had a lot of issues of that kind with the last game I was playing on a Monday.
How are things?
Right. I do need to do this back in the City of Haze. That's the meat room we were in. You need to go punch the beef in there as a training exercise.
Make you a deal.
I'll go ahead and grab map 2. It won't help you guys at all, because you won't be able to see it, but I will. I'll grab the brass knuckles. I could buy the armor, but I don't need it. Do I want any of these other skills, though? Having a better skill for Jonathan would be good, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna find one before too long. Though, I should buy some more potions, just to be on the safe side.
Make you a deal. Thank you.
You can never have too many potions. Getting to that room isn't too bad, so I will just go ahead and pop back to the City of Haze and do that right quick. I know it's not the most exciting thing, but it's a better choice. That way we can progress, win stuff a little bit better. Just to demonstrate... As you can see, his punches are very fast, but they're gonna do, like, no damage because these brass knuckles are a very weak weapon. Oh yeah, we can also hit this, I think. But I don't fuck this up. Or not. It doesn't matter. At least not at the moment. It's also worth noting that different enemies do have their own resistances. That's why those axe armors are actually taking decent damage from being punched. Whereas things like that flying ice ghost weren't. There we go. Supersonic punch. That's literally all you had to do was come over here and punch those specific pieces there. In order to get the ground meat. Now we go back to wind, turn that in, and we'll get rewarded. I mostly did that because I don't remember if it's progression-based or whether you actually have to do the tasks to unlock the next tasks. And Wind's tasks are actually quite helpful. I think at some point I did start forgetting to do them, like, at all for a while, and I ended up having to do a bunch of them back-to-back. But it is a good idea to do them. As usual, don't be like me. Do better.
How are things?
Button again.
How are things? Well done.
Yeah, now we have Bullet Punch, which I think is a new skill form, and we did not get the other ones. So it is progression-based, not did you do insert task here. But it might actually be both, because I seem to recall triggering a task to exist by doing a task before. Oh no, it is a weapon. I thought Bullet Punch was a skill. Yeah, now he punched real fast. It's not particularly great, but it exists. If you were doing something crazy like a punching-only run, you'd want that. It is better than the Brass Knuckles, as you can very clearly tell. But yeah, something about weapons like the axe and other slow weapons. If you manage to keep it on your target long enough, it will sometimes do more than one hit. We still can't get up there. That's a no-go. We can, however, get up here. I think. As long as I jump better. There we go. We get the first whip skill, which isn't going to help us right now because the vampire killer is not something we're going to be really making use of. God damn it. Hit the wrong button because I was trying to recall Charlotte and instead ended up swapping. This is, I believe, where the big ugly thing that we watched smash its head into the wall broke out of. We are going to want to go back, though, because I think the door underneath us was a save point. Since there's a boss door right there. Yep. Save us having to do all that walking again and all that. God damn it, timed it wrong. You gotta hit it right at the very top of your partner's model to get the proper double jump. And it can be finicky. Yep, there we go. He's not done yet. The behemoth is here. Puking his goddamn meals out at us. As you can see, that thing is concerning. He can also jump at you. I think he's now going to come back out facing this way. Yeah, there he is. This is a perfect example of a target you can get double axe hits on. He's charging. Choo-choo! Alright, half off. Knock it off. Choo-choo! Yeah, this is not a hard fight at all, really. Because even if he jumps at you, you just walk under him. His most dangerous attack is when he pukes at you. Pretty much. And he's dead. This, I feel like, should have been the first boss instead of the Doulahan. But that's just me. Because that thing genuinely is the biggest cakewalk, and it also would have followed nicely from you being chased by it. I'm gonna just go ahead and save so I don't have to do that fight again. Does mean I have to do the double jump every time if I die out there, but it's fine. I don't anticipate dying again aside from bosses. Correction. There is one area I'm probably gonna die a few times in later on. Mostly just because I'm gonna get stuck in bad positions and get my head kicked in. Can't push this even with two of them. We need some other skill for that in a little while. Now, I do anticipate managing to cover a fair bit of ground. In part because this is not a hard game, at least not in the first half, guaranteed. And the simple fact that I have a decent amount of memory of this still, apparently. They all went out of their jails. Hey there, Mendel. I'm doing fine. How about you? Audio? Okay. Yeah, no, that all looks okay. I didn't thoroughly check the audio because I was fighting with the video for the longest time at the start of this one. So I wanted to double check that. Yeah, that's fair. Unfortunately, these days, a bit of a troubled mind really seems to be a constant for most of us. Which is unfortunate, but just fact of life at this point. Offensive form. That, I think, is one that I do actually use. Because it boosts our strength temporarily. Which suits my playstyle just fine, because it means I don't have to actively manipulate something constantly. And you'll notice it's not moving our MP bar at all. So basically, what I tend to do... Oh, this fucking bat. My weapon is slightly too slow to conveniently hit it. Yeet. Because what I can do is I can use the increased strength from this to make Jonathan hit harder, and then the MP is free for Charlotte to use. I don't know, something did drain a bit of MP there. Jump. It's always interesting how some models stay the same and some change. Like, the Golem keeps getting a different model like every other game it's in, whereas things like the Frozen Shades and such never seem to change. Like, even the Axe Armor's undergone, like, several revisions, in spite of being an iconic Castlevania enemy. One sec, guys. Fortunately, when I have to click out of the window, it is going to die a little bit. Which is funny, considering some of the other things we've run on this system. The DS is somehow just running real rough. Because, you know, that's just how emulation is. Sometimes it just is fucking weird. And I think I know part of the problem in this particular instance. So I will, of course, fix that. Because what I'm betting is happening is I probably have an older version of the emulator loaded into BizHawk compared to where it could be. So what I might do is I might go get the emulator as a standalone myself, fix it up proper, get everything sorted out for that, and then next session, things should run better, in theory. If I can't move the save over, I'll of course just redo the progress by next week. Ordinarily, I do a lot more testing ahead of time with these things and get it into good order. But this wasn't super deeply thought out, and I also was pretty busy yesterday. So, didn't quite go the way I would normally do things, but it's fine. And as you might imagine, the handle on the axe doesn't do damage to anything. So you gotta kind of pay attention to where you're swinging it. That's a notable difference between the axe and the greatswords in this game. The handle on the greatsword doesn't exist particularly much, as, you know, it's just the hilt of a sword. Whereas the axe is a good chunk of the length. Yeah, I should probably heal. I was thinking about avoiding needing to heal. Just eat some of the random food items I have, rather than using my potions. Okay. I think I'm remembering why I didn't use the wind spell that much now. Considering it goes off on an exact curve every time. So if the target's not in line with that, it just goes off and wanders its own way. Bitch. Yep. Just need to dispose of another invisible man, who dies very visible. I don't think the Mudmen drop anything interesting. No, they don't drop anything at all. Which, that's another handy thing about the top screen in this and Dawn, is I can just press select and switch to see what the bestiary entry for the last thing I hit was. Why I paused as if I was actually showing you guys that, I think it's just a reflex thing. There we go, Ice Fang, which is why I didn't buy Ice Fang. I've definitely had days like that, where you just go through the whole day, just kind of, bleh. Today is not really one of those days, thankfully. It could easily become one of those days, but it's currently not. I gotta remember where the actual edges of these platforms are. Okay, Charlotte. Damn it! Son of a bitch! Trying to get that just right jump there is gonna be a pain in the ass. We're gonna just go from above. Because you can absolutely get there from below, but this is easier. We also already have a copper plate from one of the axe armors, so that was completely unnecessary to do. But it'll be more money, because we can sell it. Once again, dead before his hat hit the ground. That's always been my miniature goal with fighting those invisible men, is can I kill them before their hat hits the ground? Since it does float for a little while. Not sure why it's running rough in this area. Let me try something. I've got numerous options for trying to fix things that are being weird. Oh, that might explain part of that. Yeah. It specifically says right there, takes a restart to take effect on some of those. But the other thing I did helped a little bit. Oh, it's death. Oh. I thought you would appear. The one who imposes upon my master. He's swirling with black magic. I've read about him. Dracula's eternal servant, Death. Dracula isn't this castle's master anymore. Why are you here? My, what an odd thing to say. This castle belongs to Lord Dracula. To him and no one else. I get it. You've joined forces with Bronner because you're thinking of resurrecting Dracula, aren't you? Bronner, who are you talking about? There's no point in playing dumb. We already know the current master of this castle is a vampire by the name of Bronner. Vampire Bronner. Even with my power, I didn't sense that. It seems I've been dormant for far too long. Don't tell me you didn't know. Well, it doesn't matter. You're connected to Dracula. That makes you my enemy. You're no match for me. Your father was much stronger than you, and now he's dead. Don't compare me to my father. Calm down, Jonathan. You can't beat him without a strategy. Oh, and to think he needs a little child to admonish him. Sorry, Charlotte. Whenever someone mentions my father, I just lose it. That's alright. It's not like you started hating your father just now. But what's the point in getting angry at someone who's not even here? It's because he's not here. Listen, my father only taught me the basics of fighting. Then he went and got himself killed, leaving me the heir to the whip. This whip I can't even use. I always was so selfish. There must have been a reason. You have to understand the truth of why you've had to fight until now without the whip's power. Maybe so. But now, Dracula may be reviving, and I can't even use the power that I'm meant to use. Even though my father could. That's true, but... enough of all this talk about my father. Talking won't change a thing. Come on, let's go. When death makes an appearance, Dracula can't be far away. Yeah, you're right. Ugh. Trying to get through those dialogues at a reasonable pace really does take a toll. And if there's anyone out there thinking I'm reading fast, that's not even as fast as I'm reading it. I'm staying at that pace because if I try to read out loud faster than that, I start stuttering like crazy and it just turns into a disaster. That's the highest consistent pace I can keep and actually be coherent. But I could definitely go faster than that if I really wanted to. And these days, I probably could read faster than that if I wasn't trying to switch voices, too. This, I think, is the door we were looking at that we couldn't reach. Yep, because we couldn't get past this, and we still can't. But now it's mapped out. I don't know if we can double jump to that. No, not quite. Quit. Quit getting at me with that vacuum. I don't want it. And there you go. God damn it. Just clean all that out. In hindsight, what I should have done before we got this far, as soon as I saw the performance issues, I should have fixed that straight away. But I would have then needed to resize everything, redo what we did already do, etc., etc., so I don't know. I'm not sure either of these were good choices. Now that we've gotten Charlotte another book, I'm going to show you guys an interesting facet of how those work. Now that she's using the Don Quixote book, you'll notice she's actually summoning a horseman from her book, as opposed to the sword that was coming out of the Tome of Arms. Again, neat little touch. Neat little touch. Is for those who don't know the whole thing with Don Quixote, he was a knight who was kind of delusional. He was either, well, a noble or a knight or something around in there who was kind of delusional, went and fought windmills. He was a bit off. That's how that whole story basically went. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's the short version. If I remember right, there's a benefit to pushing this around. I just don't remember where I actually want it. I'll just move it over here for now. This might actually have been a really bad spot to put that. Because I think it heals, from what I remember, when it picks up its slime friends. It either heals or gain new moves or something whenever it picks those up. This is another one of those fights where I'm probably just gonna sit here and tank damage till we win. Because I don't know the good way to fight this thing. I just do this the whole fight and just keep hitting him over and over again until he stops moving. Which is my frequent solution to a lot of problems, really. Like, I'm sure there's a gimmick somewhere relating to the fact you can move his pod around. And for those wondering why I'm doing those short hops that aren't making damage, it's because I keep second-guessing my jump and trying to avoid getting blasted. I am hitting all of the wrong buttons, just making a complete mess of things. And yes, for those wondering, this was the fight that reminded me to buy more potions on our way out of the shop the last time, because I was pretty confident this was the next boss I had to fight. And I didn't want to burn all of my potions fighting this stupid thing. So that's why we stocked a few extra. Now we just have double jump straight up. Why they give you partner jump and double jump, I'm a little confused by. I assume they just wanted to keep the partner gimmick going. Pretty confident there is a... Yeah, we can also just hit it that way. So apparently every time it takes damage, that back stops being solid in this one, so that's upsetting. Let's just not keep messing with that, then. Now these are neat, because they actually show you a ricochet pattern, and their shot will always follow that pattern that it shows, until they show another pattern. They are thankfully really fragile, so you can just kind of smash through them and it's not really a problem. The other painting, I think, is down here, judging from the pattern of the map in this general vicinity. One of these will be a warp, one of these will be a save, and the other one's the painting. Because there's 3 single rooms over here. There's the warp point, as mentioned. Which, something we're going to want to do is, as soon as we go through the painting, we're going to go back and go through that warp and talk to Wind. Because I think he'll have some tasks for us once we get there. He may already have a couple. But just to give you a peek in here, Sandy Grave. Now, you might be able to guess what kind of area we're going into when it's called a sandy grave. The portrait also kind of gives you a hint. But we can thankfully conveniently get back to where Wind and the Priest are at any time, as long as there's a warp point within decent reach. And every painting has a warp point near it. Same way every area in any of the other Igavanias has a warp in it somewhere. Yep, there we go. Defeat the Great Ghost, and defeat 10 Hill Guards.
I'll make you a deal.
I don't think he has any new items yet. No. Yeah, just about all of these things that he's offering, you can find somewhere.
Thank you.
Which is why I'm typically not bothering to buy most of his wares. There are 1 or 2 things that I might end up grabbing that he unlocks later, because they're really good. And it would be nice to have them sooner rather than later. But that all depends on whether I actually remember which one it is, and all that. Wrong button again. Bucket of pudding. Something everybody could want. Just a big old bucket of pudding. But yeah, ta-da, it's a pyramid. And there's mummies everywhere. Now, I seem to recall dying to the boss of this place at least a couple times. Whereas, when I was playing all of these actively, I didn't die to the other two bosses that we've fought so far along the way. I think I got close to dying against the slime because I was having a time figuring out what the deal with it was. His younger me was not always the most perceptive of beings. I say as I get ambushed by a sandworm I should have remembered was there. I think these can't be killed either. I think you can only... Oh no, they can die. I thought for a moment you could only push them down. No, they can in fact die. I believe this is actually a room down here, or it'll hurt. Nope, there we go. We can go into its guts and get items. Specifically, in this case, there's an HP max increase in here. So you definitely want to get in there. You'll notice there's a ceiling here, so we can't actually go over the top of the pyramid. Like that, anyway. Red skeletons, as usual, cannot be permanently killed with our current means. Steel whip. Now, I seem to recall doing some shenanigans to get up in there before. I don't remember if I ever actually succeeded, but I tried my damnedest to sneak my way into this upper room here. The increased reach and speed might actually make that worth using. And as you can immediately notice, Jonathan's already acquired a bunch of weapons. So, we've got that going for us. The 5 more defense from the iron leggings are going to be worth it. Somehow a bandana is more protection than a headguard, but what do I know? It also raises our strength, so we absolutely want that anyway. Forgot to put on the copper plate that we have 2 of, so we'll just go ahead and throw that on. Sort Charlotte out with better things. In here, we're probably going to want either Ice Fang or Raging Fire instead, because it'll be better angles. Go ahead and give you the Hoopland. Don't really want either of these still, so I want you to have the high intelligence. Okay. Okay, considering the way it's chugging again, give me 1 minute, I'm gonna reboot things and see if I can fix it somewhat at least. Since it's saying it needs to be restarted to do this. So just bear with me 1 second. Was all of that? Oh, I think I know something else I've done wrong here. What? Oh boy. That's a bad sign. It straight crashed for a second when I tried to switch to that method of using the display. But it fell back to another option. We'll see if that one runs any better. If it doesn't, we'll go back to the one we started with. So that is, how you say, concerning? But I did realize something I screwed up that I might need to fix. What I don't understand is why your view is gone. Oh, this is already running bad, though, so bear with me a second. I'm just gonna axe that. Give me 1 second to be clever. I have an idea. There's something I have done wrong here. Yeah, I know. You're gonna be that way. Which is fine. Copy that folder. That over here. I think I know what I did wrong. Or rather, I think I know something I did make a mess with here. I'm gonna try to fix it. We're gonna leave it on that. Open this. Yeah, pretty much. It's par for the course. Because what I realized I was doing, since I have multiple versions of BizHawk sitting around because of things like the shuffler and crowd control and all of that, I was using an older version of BizHawk. So it might be running worse than it would normally. So I'm now cycling over to that one, moving the save over and all of that good stuff. And fingers crossed that that will actually work. Honestly, I don't know if that would be that bad a thing if you did that. It might be an improvement. Okay, looks like the capture's working and everything. Fingers crossed that this actually retains a functioning state of being, though. And has my save when I moved it over. Yes, the save is there. Okay. I mean, yeah, I never said that it was a good idea on the score of it being legal. Okay, this version doesn't have the controls fixed yet, though, so let's fix that right quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna get reconfused all over again. Because it will then be different than what I had it set up for. Yeah, it seems to be performing slightly better. Because remember, not all things that make people happy are good or legal things. Nor are they things that would be recommended to do. Okay, we seem to mostly have better performance now on the later version of BizHawk. And I'm betting I can fix things the rest of the way with a bit more work. This is what makes this area dangerous, is that it's full of traps. And those traps will hit like a house. That's Ice Fang right there. Which is why I'm using it, because it's a very good spell for areas like this. Also gets rid of ghosts real good. I forgot they gave those guys the ability to throw those damn spears. That's upsetting. Out of mana, so Charlotte's out of the game for the minute. Yeah, basically, what it's gonna boil down to is I'm hoping that by using the standalone version of the emulator that's running through BizHawk right now, I'll be able to have more options to modify things to suit my purposes to fix it. Because right now, BizHawk's not giving me a lot to work with. But it seems to be behaving better enough already that we might not need to do all of that. But I might do it anyway, just for my own sanity. Oh, I'm a bit surprised to find you inside of my painting. You must be Bronner. How dare you! Show my father some respect! Calm yourself, Stella. What could they possibly know about respect? They are just humans, after all. Indeed, I am Bronner, master of this castle. You're trying to revive Dracula? What the hell are you up to? Dracula, you say? Sister? Watching these fools get worked up can be so entertaining. Seems you have no intention of reviving Dracula. Why is it necessary to revive Lord Dracula? In the last few centuries, he's failed at controlling humanity. I will wait no longer. For the sake of my beloved daughters, I shall take this world from mankind. Humans bring death and ruin to everything of beauty. If you're not after Dracula, then why has the castle been resurrected? Lord Dracula's power is great. I recognize that. And through this castle, that power will allow the world to be reborn. You only want to use Dracula's power? Well, that is literally what he just said, yes. But it shouldn't be possible to separate Dracula from his magic. Oh, but it is. What a clever young lady. So long as I possess the power of the painting, I'll have no trouble at all. Father, you need not waste your time on such insolent pests. What did you say? Yes, allow me to demonstrate how utterly pathetic they are. Well, no need to be hasty, dear. At the moment, Dracula's faithful servant is sniffing around my castle. Disposing of him is our first priority. But father, you two have nothing to worry about. Please, retire to a safe place and get some rest. And away. You heard me. We can dispose of this trash at any time. And away. Bronner, huh? He has incredible power. Just the sight of him could drive an ordinary person mad. Yep, it would have been messy if only I could use that damn whip. Look, at least we're alive. Yeah, but I'll make him regret ever crossing paths with us. Yeah, you're gonna be seeing some weird stuff if you're following any kind of train of thought like that. Yeah. Maybe Netflix wasn't the greatest choice on that score. So I do have some real questions for why you kept watching after starting that and realizing what it was. I feel like the wiser course might have been to turn that off once you realized what the hell you were looking at. Rest again, Pharaoh. Out of my way. Still does not particularly like those warp rooms, but we'll live with it. These big rooms seem to also still slow down a bit. Well, to each their own on that one, but I'm not sure horror movies were the greatest distraction choice from where your thoughts were already. But I will agree that an idea like that is a fascinating concept. And it's something I've noticed that gets covered a surprising amount. Especially by people doing work relating to Japan. Or, more accurately, by creators from Japan. I mean, fair enough. You can understand why, logically, that would be a weird angle to take, though. It's kind of like the idea of trying to get rid of negativity with more negativity. It's like, that really doesn't seem like that's how that should work. Fair. I mean, we're all weird. Humanity as a species is fucking weird. And I will brook no disagreement on that score. Right, we need to push that from the other side before that's useful to us. And that is useless as well. Okay. Amphisbana. Just keep hitting it, it'll keep backing up, and then you don't have to deal with it. I feel like we should just, you know, take that lamp with us, but... Oh, and it blew up. Never mind. One of those good old fake trap lamps. Crossbow armor with his exploding bolts. Which, fun fact, I never realized you could actually knock those bolts back. I never actually happened to hit it when the bolt was in the air before. So that was a new one. Notice the fact that I'm hopping from save room to save room through here. That's because back when I played this before, this was one of the areas that kicked my ass the hardest. Because you get into this area early on in your development as a character, so you're fairly weak still, and this area is full of nasty traps, strong enemies in some cases, and it's all cramped corridors. You don't really have much room to move to avoid fights, or avoid damage particularly. Unless you're really good at what you're doing, and back then, I sure as fucking hell wasn't good at what I was doing. I'm not even really confident in saying I'm better now, but I'm smarter now. That's the advantage I've got. We could just go straight to boss right now, but we're not gonna do that. That boss is actually kind of difficult, and I don't think we're ready for it right at the minute. That and we didn't do the 2 tasks we have in here. So it's either we kill the boss first and then go back around and do the tasks, or we do the tasks first, so... I'd rather just get the tasks out of the way first. Because otherwise, I will go kill the boss and be like, okay, we can leave now. And immediately forget that I'm supposed to do those extra things. And I think I actually want this item in particular. Resist curses. You'll notice we got 2 of them. One for each of them. There's a reason for that. At least I think that's the item I desperately needed. Because there's a very specific problem with the boss that's coming up. That's gonna make it very difficult for me. I won't tell you guys what the problem is, because it'll make itself very apparent once we get into that fight. But just trust me when I say we need a protection item in terms of dealing with that properly. Otherwise, it will be a much nastier fight than it needs to be. And I am uncertain if I'm remembering correct that the charm necklace is what I needed. I'm hoping I'm correct, but... Time makes fools of us all, so... Who can say? Try again, Amphisbaena. This is the tunnel you saw me looking at before, debating if I could try to climb up it. You really only meant to fall down it, that I know of. We'll tap this save point on the way back, because our health is getting bad. So I want to say when I went through this place the first time, I ended up going straight to the boss, because it's actually pretty easy to get to her. Mild spoiler there. It's irrelevant. But yeah, the fight did not go well for me. And I seem to recall that I ended up backtracking all throughout this place, trying to figure out a way to deal with that fight better. And I think it mostly just came down to I ended up grinding a bit by running around in here trying to find better things, and I ended up stronger enough that it was fine. Blanca knife... Which I do actually like those knives. I'll show you guys what that is in a second. I don't remember if I like it in this game in particular, but I've seen it in other things. It's a, like, boomerang knife thing. I did jump, but not soon enough. Okay, yeah, I think that'll work pretty well in this game, too, because it chews through things. So we might be putting that strength buff away for a bit. Out of interest of using that. Let's see what's under this sandworm. If anything. Nope. Nothing here. Yeah, it's a way to look at it. Yeah, that's the end of this area on this side. And as you can see, just about any damage will make a red skeleton fall down. We just can't kill them. That's a lot of mummies. Flea men all through in here. Yep, figured that was a mimic. Seemed entirely too easy. We do have enough health room for the high potion, but let's eat some of this random crap we're carrying instead. There we go. Pudding bucket healed us. Boulder room. I seem to recall that those boulders hurt like a motherfucker. As you would expect of a boulder. We can't quite get up there. Ow, yep. 86 damage. Definitely not a fan. We can't actually proceed through there at the minute. Nope, nothing there. Pardon me, sir. Yep, we got a zombie dragon over there. Oh, I forgot they do that. Ow. Setting. I could not move because there was a mummy that spawned inside me. Shit. We might actually die here. Or if I ain't careful. Because these mummies keep spawning on my head. This dragon needs to fucking go. God, why do you have so much health? There we go. Something I should explain as well. If Charlotte takes damage, or if Jonathan summoned in, if he takes damage, 6 one half dozen the other there, you will take that damage as damage to your MP. So you will lose access to your magic if you let your partner take too much damage while they're out on the field doing their job. Good enough, let's just get past him before he gets back up again. Because he's just gonna be a big pain in the ass. Quite literally. You're gonna want to watch out for that pedestal that's right in front of that statue there. It does a lot of bad things. We're not gonna deal with that right now. We'll come back to that, because I think there's a save point down here. 4 point, close enough. Save point? Save point. Because, there's high odds I'm gonna fuck up trying to get through that room, and it's gonna be a very bad time. Mild spoiler for what's gonna happen in that room, I know, but just understand that it's a bad room. Because there's also something I want right there. And there. So yeah, that's what's bad about this room. That laser hurts like a motherfucker, from what I remember. Not all of these are active, though, because, like, this one doesn't work. That one's meant to be one of your warnings about what will happen if you step on those pressure plates. Because I think we're meant to have come in from this side, where we're going now. But I dropped down from the right instead of the left. So I think you were meant to see these statues here first, and then you were going to end up getting surprised if you didn't look at the floor once you entered the next room. But I think I've almost always come in that area from the right instead of the left, because I go across that upper floor first and then swing down. Because that's just how I handle pathing. Yeah, now we're back where we were. Or all that time ago at the beginning of this place. This here's the save room where we swapped emulators. Now, even though this game felt like it was longer than the other three, I don't think this is that long a game. So I don't remember how many paintings there are, but we're already going to be done with 2 of them in less than 2 hours, unless I have a real issue with this fight. Which is entirely possible. I would fully expect to have some problems with this fight. Like, to the point where I would actually genuinely be very pleased with myself if I managed to win this one in one shot. Which, of course, now that I'm hyping this fight up as much as I am to be a bad fight, it's gonna happen. I'm just gonna roll it somehow because I've gotten that much smarter, or slash better, than I was when I was younger. Which, again, wouldn't surprise me. I was not exactly great at these things back in those days. The amount of damn mummies in that room, my god. Okay, so other than getting into that one room that I can do a jank jump into and potentially come down from, I think we're about done here. So I think it is the charm necklace that I remembered wanting. Because I'm gonna drop this bit of information for y'all. I found out after the fact, and doing the grinding and everything on this stage, that there was something that makes that upcoming boss fight significantly easier back in the day. Because, you know, you don't have all of that information at your fingertips all the time, necessarily. Years ago. And I was annoyed. Like, I actually put the game down for a little bit after I found that one out. Having gone through a nightmare of a fight here. Only to find out that there was a much easier solution to it. I didn't hold it against the game, I was just mad at myself for not having checked. Yeah, now we've checked every nook and cranny in here that we can actually reach. As far as I can tell. Aside from things that are behind the boss. And if we don't one and done this boss, we won't quite have done 2 paintings in less than 2 hours, but we'll have done 2 paintings in 2 hours, so... 6 of one, half dozen of the other, to a degree, really. Oh, there's still room up there, too, actually. But I don't think we can get to that. I think that was when we... Yeah, that was the one that was blocked by that. We have to get through the boss to get to the other side to get to that. It stopped having a hitbox, so I thought it was dead. Turns out, just the body of Amphisbane is a little funky. I'm still hearing a bit of a ruckus out there. Let me just quickly check on that. One moment, folks. Nothing to worry about. Now, do I think I need to go get more healing? Because we've got 5 potions, 1 high potion, 2 high tonics that I probably won't end up using, rotten meat that I need to make sure not to accidentally use because it'll put me down to 1 health. You don't have like a convenient discard item option that I know of, otherwise I'd just throw it away. Yeah, let's do it. We'll be okay. Maybe. Astarte. Okay, the charm necklace was not the answer to that problem. Okay. This is what makes this fight nasty. She can charm one or the other of your characters, whichever one you happen to have out at the time, and if she hits you with those hearts. Meaning you have to fight both one of your own and the boss. Thankfully, she herself doesn't actually do that much. But you'll notice Charlotte doesn't do a whole hell of a lot of damage to her at all. And I don't remember if it's time or enough damage to break the charm. This is the wrong spell for this fight. Made in this position. Neutralizes ranged attacks. Actually, would that work? That seems like it's not a great spell. Oh, for our current situation. Try summon skeleton as a distraction, but I doubt it'll work worth a damn. Yeah, because the problem is, trying to cast a spell as Charlotte means by the time you manage to cast it, you're gonna have a problem. Thankfully, now that Jonathan's down, it's no longer a real problem. I forgot she had that. We're in trouble. If I get hit one more time, we're done, and I don't have anything else to save myself with. Fuck. She happened to do the back jump right as I tried to go past her. And that's why that fight sucks. I thought the charm necklace would work on that, since, you know, it's a charm necklace. But it is, exactly as it says on it, only for curses, not for charm. I think there is an anti-charm item we can get that protects you from her doing that. But as it stands, we clearly need to go get more healing. Or, what I do is I purposely swap to Charlotte at the start of the fight to bait out the charm, since right now, for us, Charlotte is weaker. I don't know. Now, the problem is, we didn't actually see any hill guards or anything, I don't think, so we didn't really make progress on that quest, and we didn't see the giant ghost, either. I'm pretty sure the giant ghost is supposed to be in there, though. Yeah, there's a room in which many ghosts gather. Defeat the giant ghost that appears there. I think we just didn't stay long enough in one of the rooms. Either that or we're supposed to, like, kill all the ghosts in there or something. You don't have anything that's charm protection, do you? No. We do have a lot of money, though, so we can max out on potions. And that'll help a little bit. So I think the issue, from what I'm remembering, is that Charlotte's books scale on her attack, not her intelligence, whereas her spells scale off her intelligence. That's why her spells are currently really strong and her book does, like, no damage. Maybe the Forget-Me-Not does something? Because I know there's something that was weird that it worked against that. But now only Charlotte can wear that, so I don't think that's the answer I was told.
Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Probably just do what I was saying, where we let Charlotte take the hit with the charm. And see if that actually helps at all. I think what the trade-off is that you can do a lot more damage to her with physical attacks, but Jonathan is susceptible to the charm or something along those lines. It's either that or we figure out a better way to just knock Jonathan out of the fight if we do lose him to her. I forgot to switch spells. I think she'll keep casting Temptation until she gets somebody with it. No, she will still do her other moves. There's also a very real possibility that she just throws No, she does throw it more than once, okay. Now that I remember how that attack goes, though, I can kind of fairly easily dodge it. Until I get caught casting, and then it's a problem. Because this is Charlotte's main weakness, is the fact that it takes her a little bit to get a full charge to do her full damage. And, you know, just get used to hearing, Gale Force! Gale Force! Gale Force! Yeah, see, the charm hearts go straight through Charlotte, because she doesn't have any interest in Astarte. Ow. So I could just swap back and forth the whole time. In fact, actually, let's throw a couple knives at her. Now swap back. Here she is. That might actually have been the thing, is the fact that Charlotte's just straight up immune. So I think at the time I was still pretty much solely using Jonathan because of the fact that his attacks do easy, high damage. Because, you know, all you have to do is just keep hitting them. And his gameplay is also basically the same as, say, Soma or any of the other mainline Castlevania protagonists. There we go. Didn't even really need as many of the healing items because of playing it smarter this time instead of trying to just beat her to death. There we go. Now, you'll notice we didn't really get anything for that, though. At least not yet. It's because you gotta go all the way over here to get this. Now you can push harder. Now, between the two of you, you can push the larger objects around. Thus letting us out of where the boss chamber was. And, more importantly, we now can go back and push that one block we saw. But that was pretty much the entire reason for us coming in here, other than getting rid of another one of Bronner's paintings. Oh my god. I just wanted to jump past you, fucking jerks. Because there's no more reason for us to be here aside from dealing with the tasks, which... I don't remember which room is the one that all the ghosts gather up in, so I'm not going to worry about that one, and the hill guards aren't here. So I'm not too fussed about that at the moment either. We can worry about that later. I think part of it is I just want out of this damn pyramid because I hate the pyramid level. Well, because of all the problems it caused me back in the day. But still, that's 2 paintings down. I would not be shocked if this ends up being another just 2 sessions and done game like the rest of them have been, more or less. Do I want to warp back? I do not. I don't think Wind has anything else for us right now. In part because we didn't complete anything for him, and all we did was finish the painting we had started already, not go anywhere new. So I think we'll check in with him when we get to the next painting. Because unlike the other ones of these, I am trying to be kind of efficient with this one too, since I don't know it well enough to be able to recover if I go too far awry. So it could end up taking significantly longer than it needs to. Because Dawn of Sorrow and Aria of Sorrow I knew pretty well, in spite of failing memory in places, making it seem like I didn't know what the hell I was talking about. That was a great armor for those wondering. You see me, but you can't hit me. Oh yeah, that's another thing these things can do, is they can cling to walls. Because they got those crazy bird feet. Which I always thought their design was really interesting. Because of the giant crazy bird feet thing they have going on, and the arms that almost look like wings, but aren't quite wings. I suppose as much I've always just wondered what they really are. So I don't remember seeing them in any of the other games either. I think they might only be here. And most of the monsters and such that exist in Castlevania have some kind of tie to something that actually exists. So I wonder what they're based on. I never did actually look it up at any point. I just kind of left it as one of those mysteries. Because, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm curious, but not so curious as to actually do something about that information. Oh yeah, occasionally enemies have skills as well. Like now we can throw the boomerangs like the Skellerangs can. But they're usually a rare drop out of the enemy in question. Which is why I said before we don't quite gain skills the same way Soma did. Box sucks so much. They can just get stuck in you, or they can just leave flames everywhere and be a big pain in the ass. There's where the hill guards are. And as long as you're not on their hill, they can't attack you. They will certainly die on that hill. There's some archers over there being jerks. Guarding a poncho. Come here, buddy. Come get me. Oh no, you're gonna get me. Oh no. Aw, so sad. You can't get me. Dead. I fully expect to get karma for my shenanigans, which is why I'm healing. Because these flails, as you can see, kind of suck to deal with. Because they typically do most of their damage to you by accident, rather than from any real purposeful attack. Go. Tome of Arms 2 for Charlotte. Like, as you can see, I remember where a lot of things are, just not where everything is. Not so fussed about that tonic to bother to climb up there to go get that. And I think there's enough naturally occurring hill guards to do the task, just going straight forward. These guys do a decent whack of damage if they can hit you. That's why I'm purposely not letting them have an angle to attack me. Because as you might expect, they're also kind of tricky to dodge on the angled plane that they live on. So that gets firmly filed under a risk that's not worth taking. That button will open this wall up as a shortcut, if I'm remembering right. Monocle. Thankfully, an enemy that goes off screen does still remember the damage it's taken. But there's nothing here, so that was pointless. Gonna need to heal again because of what I just saw down there. And the Jade Corset, I think, is something we... Yeah, it's a benefit. It's not really great. Is the poncho an upgrade for you? No, then Charlotte may as well have the poncho then. Because there's no reason not to. I want to put both of those on Jonathan. These royal sandals are really good, so you wear those. Your tome. You'll notice that literally doubled her attack. Because we missed a weapon for her at some point, I'm pretty sure. That's why her attack was so tragically bad. Even more so than, oh, haha, she's a caster, her attack sucks. She can actually do pretty good with that book, under the right circumstances. This just wasn't the right circumstances. Spear's okay. Oh yeah, once again, if you wanted to use a real close-in weapon, these Tiger Claw Knuckles are really good. But as far as fists go. could lose the strength point and the con point, but genuinely for 1 defense, there's no point. I could give him the royal sandals, but the intelligence wouldn't help him. Okay, all those accessories are specifically for Charlotte, so we may as well give her the best ones we have for her then. That'll help keep her in fights better. Or if it comes to that. I think I want to keep the thick glasses for the intelligence boost still, though. And there's a suspend feature to do a save in place if you need to. Because this was a portable game. There we go, get rid of the dog demon thing. Fighting it in this little hallway would have been a nightmare. That's why I wanted no part of that concept. And I will say, I don't know which way I'm going to go as far as tomorrow goes, whether I'll have it be a late stream or canceled. You'll basically want to keep an eye on Twitter for that answer. Provided Twitter's fucking working tomorrow. I don't know if anybody noticed when Twitter basically just kind of shit the bed earlier. But a lot of people got upset about that one. Including myself, as I was trying to put the word out that I was going to be doing this today. Again, to make sure that people actually noticed. And at the time I couldn't, so I ended up having to do it much closer to when start time was. Which, as you might imagine, doesn't really help the numbers that much. It's a bit inconvenient. Now we can push this block out of the way and have a shortcut. We can also get up here now, I think. That's not the way in, it's on the other end. But we now have jump on teammate and double jump, so we can jump the higher bit we need to get up there. It's just over here on the other side. Just clear those guys out because they're basically free experience. We also technically don't need to bring that statue over anymore, I don't think. I think we can do that, but let's just bring the statue over anyway for convenience. Look how much faster he pushes that statue anyway. Just goes light speed with the damn thing. That's really not enough. You joking me here, game? Yeah, you were. That's what I thought. This is where we find some more hill guards, too. But I think we didn't actually get enough in that hallway. Apparently we didn't get 10 hill guards yet. You'll also notice there's 8 pages of these tasks you can do. Just bear that in mind. There's also masteries for these various sub-weapons and such. That's what that mastery ring I was looking at would do for us. And this is a combined list of both Jonathan and Charlotte's things and those, which we'll get into later. There's a full bestiary for those who can't see the top screen or choose not to use the top screen for that information. You see, it even specifically mentions on Astarte's page here, no man can defy her will. So that gives you another hint there, but you only get that information after you beat her. As you can see, Dualahan, Behemoth, Pyramid. We don't have this one lit up because I think we don't have all of its drops and such. I think that's when they light up. Like the Skelerang we have everything from now. So that's why that's lit up in white. We have, yeah, we need to kill one more hill guard. They've got 2 drops we didn't get to. There we go. Now we're all caught up on hill guards. So Lilith hanging out up here. learning a laurel brooch. Brooch, whichever way you want to fucking pronounce it. Really doesn't particularly matter, I don't think. Another spot we can push a big old block around in. And gets us the Nebula Whip, which is a definite upgrade for us at the moment. You'll also notice it has more reach. Like, this weapon is silly. It's gonna get outdated, but if you find this early enough, it's actually a really good weapon to have. The one weakness it has, it's a little slower than the other whips. It also can kind of go a little weird. Because I don't know if I actually can control where Nebula goes. I think it just kind of goes where it wishes. Okay, this opens up the other part of this area for us. Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna be a Mimic. I wanted the Whip Knuckle. Well, that was sitting up there. Don't need to chase that Mimic down. There's no reason for it. It's just gonna cause me pain and aggravation. Full skeleton gun line up here. You'll notice they actually switch positions when they fire, too. Which is, again, a neat touch. Didn't have to do that, but they did that. There's another painting. I don't know if this is supposed to be the one we're doing next, but this is where we're going to go for the moment since we're here. It'll also just be a convenient marker point to have. Oh, right, it's this one. Oh, no. I don't like this one. Nation of Fools. Let's poke around a bit more, and if we don't have to, let's not deal with this place for the moment. I don't like the Nation of Fools. Not only does it have the creepy carnival aesthetic that I'm not a fan of, particularly, even though it doesn't especially bother me, that stage just, I remember being annoying. Not as dangerous as the pyramid from what I remember, just annoying. Why'd I go that way? I keep reflexively going through the slide path, even though I have absolutely no reason to.
You're back.
Okay, the spinning art, which is left, down, back, forward. And we need to go get Cursed to do that. Which is easy enough to do.
Excellent.
Whip skill 2 learned. Wrong button. Am I remembering that command wrong?
You're back.
It's forward, down, back, forward. Yeah. Forward, down, back, forward. Forward, down, back, forward. Maybe I can't do it with Nebula. Maybe I have to actually use the regular whip. There we go. Yeah, that was the problem, I think. Spinning art learned. Oh no. There we go. It doesn't actually do anything with the whip, so maybe I was just barely getting it wrong up until then. Not certain. But as you can see, spinning art's not actually a skill you put there. That, I think, actually counts as a relic slot. Yeah. Perform a spinning evasion move with forward, down, back, forward, Y. The thing is, I don't know why you would ever use this. Like, that's enough of an input that I feel like if you need to dodge and you need that specific dodge for it, by the time you get that input, you're gonna be hit. Especially inputting that on the D-pad for the DS. Like, I'm sure people that are much faster and more consistent with inputs than I am probably could just whip that out at a moment's notice. It's not a complicated input, it's just complicated enough that I don't think I could on-call snap that out the exact frame I need it on.
Thank you.
It's the same reason I don't play fighting games, is because doing
You're back.
combo inputs like that kind of throws me a bit. Let's see. In terms of getting cursed, the easy answer would be to just go back to the desert for a second and find one of the ectoplasms, get touched, get cursed, and move on with our life. But I think there's stuff around where we're going that'll curse us too. There's also a couple more areas near the vicinity of the Great Stairway we can check out before we go in there. I don't think she curses. I think her thing would be to charm the heart she throws. Yeah, and I think Nebula can't use the whip techniques because I'm trying to do the down one swing and it's not working either. Okay, you can do the evasion move with it, though. I just was fucking up the input then. Fair enough. I wanted to verify that for my own purposes. Okay, that is a wall. Push this button because that opens this pathway here. Get another copy of Boomerang. Which I don't think multiple copies of something actually benefits us in this one. But I don't remember. Going back over here because now that we've got slightly longer reach, it's a little more convenient to come up here and grab these. I think you can only jump off somebody's head once per jump as well. Otherwise, I would try to hop off of Charlotte's head once she jumps up to follow our jump. Now we can go up here. Get these hill guards too. Which is why I was pretty confident that there was enough hill guards around naturally, because I was pretty sure there was a big section of stairway that had a fuckload of them. And it was this room. There's also this little area over here. Oh, good, we got those expensive silent sandals for free. I think that's them modeling the light blinking. But does it look like that top candle is just vibrating to anybody else? It's kind of concerning. Just doing a tiny shake the whole time. Yeah, once we go up here, it's fine. It's just when we look at it from down here, it just goes, eh. Huh? Oh. Okay. I think Nebula is meant to home in a bit, because you'll notice it went backwards a bit to reach the head of the white dragon there. But it might also be a bit derpy. I don't know. It seems to just do whatever the hell it wants, if I'm honest. I'm still trying to understand how it works, but I feel like it's not going to be one of those things I'm going to be able to understand. Another level, very good, very good. Okay, as you can see, now that we have double jump, a lot is opened up to us, and that's why I'm doing all this running around now. Because this is the earliest we can get a lot of these things. Whether we need them? Not really. But free things. And it avoids me going to Nation of Fools for a little longer. Yeah, and this loops back to where the Nation of Fools portal is. I am probably going to keep Nebula for quite a while until we find something that does significantly more damage. Just because this reach is so good. I don't think I actually used this that much when I played before, because I think I genuinely didn't go into the spot where it was till way late. Because I went back and did a bunch of cleanup. So far, yeah, we've cleared the first two portraits of the game more or less without any serious issues. How you doing, Zero? A combination of just still remembering how to play these kind of games and this game not being that hard has definitely benefited me. And I'm hanging in there so far. Didn't have the best night because my stomach decided to be real pissy with me, but, you know, that's just how it goes sometimes. Do I have an antidote? I do. We can push this one back, so let's go ahead and do that, because we have the increased push strength. And we can get stuck behind that, and get in and out as needed. Yeah, it's fine now, it just was bad for like an hour or two last night. And then it sorted itself out. That is an unfortunate constant for me at this point, so I just don't even really get that upset about it anymore. Okay, I think this is the other of the two choices we have to go to over here. There's a boss we can deal with over there. A warp point? I'm guessing the save point must be further up then. Yep, there's the clock tower. Because there's always a clock tower. I think we can deal with this boss while we're here. Yes. You don't see the other screen because it's just a map and/or bestiary, so there's no reason for you guys to need it, and I couldn't think of a good way to capture it visually. So I've just given you a blown-up view of the bottom screen. I've grown tired of waiting. Show yourself, vampire. Watch your tongue, mortal. I held back with my father present, but here you're as good as dead. I find it strange you'd come here alone. Well, it simplifies things. I alone will take care of you. I'll tear you apart limb by limb, then wring all the blood from your bodies. I don't know why they cut so much of her dialogue short in these particular text boxes. I assume they used the same spacing that they used for the original language for it, and then didn't actually adjust it in these text boxes. Because it's usually not that bad for the rest of this game, just this one dialogue in particular just gets cut off weird. This might actually be a rough fight. I remember Stella being pretty strong. Because she can teleport, she's got those sword beams she does there. She covers a lot of ground with them as well. Oh yeah, and she does that too. Thankfully, she has that anime trope of, I must announce all of my techniques as I do them or they don't work. Though she doesn't always yell Hurricane when she's swinging the air sword. I don't know how much health she has. We might be here a while since I'm only doing 15 a hit. I don't think I'm supposed to be fighting her at the moment. That doesn't mean we can't win this, it's just gonna take longer. Yeah, I got greedy there, that's on me. I swung one too many times. Da, 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 da. Oh, she's mad now. She's doing something. I don't know. I don't remember what this does. I think, yeah, they just take a little bit and then they start flying around. I don't know where those shots went. Kind of worried about that a little bit. Those do a lot less damage than her main attack, so I'd still rather take one of those than the Hurricane or the Secret Wave. Ow. This might get a little dicey. Because our knives do, like, no damage to her. It's certainly hopeless for one of us, but I think you've got it wrong who it is. So this is gonna get ugly. Especially when she warps to me and throws a moon in my face. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, that is definitely accurate, Garrett. And how you doing? So far, so good. Right, she doesn't actually have contact damage. Forgot. I can just walk through her. And we win. What happened to me? You're finished. Nope. My head. You're right, sister. I'm fine, Loretta. You were warned not to leave the painting. You may scold me later. These two are a threat to Father. We must take care of them now. No, for now we return. Hear me, both of you. If you continue to oppose Father, we will show you no mercy. Oppose us and we will kill you. Yeah, that worked out so great for Stella. What's this? It's like a locket. There's a photo inside. Ta-da! Grand reveal. This is Wind. And those two vampire girls. What does it mean? I have no idea. We should ask him about it. Yeah, let's just bring up his biggest regret. Yep, that's a great idea. Brilliant plan. Yeah, good idea. This is once again protagonist not making even the slightest connection of logic at all. Because it doesn't take a genius to understand what that whole thing means. Huh? This door doesn't look like it'll open. Guess it's a dead end. Looks like there's some sort of power source. There must be a way to open it. We just have to figure out how. That indentation. Let's look somewhere else for now. Yeah... Writers certainly thought that real hard around this time, didn't they? Not that writers have really learned not to keep doing that still, but, you know. Yeah, let's go back for now. That way we can at least have the plot point with Wind and get that over with. Yeah, for reference sake, for those who've come in at this point, I have basically completed this game before, but I did not finish it at the time because I lost the DS that the copy was in. Yeah, exactly. Having a little bit makes them a more real character, and then sometimes it just goes so far that they just become a caricature of a being instead of actually being a character. Wind, what's the meaning of this? Look at this photo. You owe us an explanation. Does he, though? Does he? I feel like you're kind of just pushing on him for nothing here. Ah, indeed I do. Let me tell you my real name. It's Eric. Eric Licard. You don't mean the man who fought by my father? Yes, John was my best friend. Then what's your relationship with the two girls in the photo? They're my daughters. I was hoping somebody was going to catch that without me having to tell them. I was really hoping for that. That's what this all connects back to. Because Jonathan Morris was the other playable character in Bloodlines. Which the Morrises are brought up again a couple other times too, because you play as a Morris in Circle of the Moon. Hold on a second, aren't they Bronner's daughters? Bronner lost his real daughters in World War I. His anger and grief awakened his hidden power, which he used to become a vampire. So his daughters... He believes the daughters he lost in the war were reborn as my daughters. So he kind of just stole them from you? Basically. His daughters were his life. Now that he has them back, he wants to punish the humans whose war ruined his life. Which makes sense. I see, that's why the whip started acting up in front of those two. Because they're not really vampires necessarily, and they're also not really evil necessarily? Because they carry the blood of the Licard family. That too. Of course, the vampire killer. Eric, if you fought by Jonathan's father, then you must know how to unlock the vampire killer's power. A little bit of a jump, but how do you think he knows these techniques he's been showing us this whole time? Yes, I do know, but... If you know, then tell me, what should I do? In order for the Morris family to use the vampire killer, you need the power of the Licard family. But I can't help you, and of course now that my daughter's been turned to vampires... So in the end, this whip is useless. I guess my being its heir is just the emptiest, most meaningless title of all. I was forbidden to tell you this, but I think the time has come. The reason your father died. I know why he died. They say he was mortally wounded when he stopped Dracula's resurrection. Even I know that was the cause. You're wrong. What? For one who is not of the Belmont family to use the true power of the vampire killer, they must give up a part of their own life. That's why my family acts as the power's key, so that it can only be used when truly necessary. John used the whip too much. So what are you saying? You mean my father died because of this whip? That is literally what he just said, Jonathan. Please keep up. Exactly. Which is why he didn't want to teach you how to use it. He wanted you to develop the strength to survive without using the whip. So he doesn't rely on it like a crutch, basically how Jonathan Morris ended up. No matter how much you might hate him for doing that, in the end he was only looking out for you. He could have, just explained all of this, but, that's how that usually plays out. You may not yet wield your whip like a Belmont, but that power can be yours. I know that John had his reasons. Father, I know there was a reason. Aren't you glad, Jonathan? I just don't get it. Why did the Belmonts give this thing to the Morris family? If not for this, we would have been spared so much pain. Because the Belmonts cannot touch the whip now, it is predicted that Dracula will be revived in year 1999. I've heard that the Belmonts must not touch the vampire killer until then. Hooray for prophecies! As usual, ruining people's lives. With just a few words spoken about a vague future. But others have appeared to revive Dracula in the meantime. Someone has to stand up and stop them. And only the Morris family is able to do that. Because reasons. I think there is actually an explanation, but I do not remember how the Morris family ended up with it. It might have just been they were close with the Belmonts, so they were entrusted with it, something like that. I don't remember. I know I've been told a reason, but I don't remember if it was actually the legit reason, and I also don't remember what I was told anymore. It's been a while. Oh well then. At least I finally know the truth about my father and the whip. Still, are you okay with this? This job that we have to do is gonna end up hurting your own daughters. I wonder if there's a chance we can save those two if I use some kind of purification spell. The chances are very slim, you should know that. Now, there's something I want to point out from the scene we had with Stella earlier, and I don't know if people caught it. And I also don't know if it was intentional, or if that was a mistake on the part of the developers. But when we first knocked Stella down, her skin color changed. It was a temporary change, but it happened. Just keep that in the back of your brain. Just keep that. Even I never knew how to do it. I appreciate your sentiments, but I'm resigned as to their fate. I see. Forgive us, Jonathan, for placing this burden upon you. No problem, I just do what I can. And if you've accepted, so do I. Let's go, Charlotte. Right. Yeah, no, to address the Bloodlines statement from earlier, though, of the standard Castlevania games, personally, Bloodlines is my favorite. But that's a personal thing. We have to reduce our MP entirely for that one. We just need to happen to have 777 money. And Charlotte needs to be wearing a full set of nun things, which I don't think we have. I think, yeah, we're missing the habit. We have the shoes. Okay, no, we're missing 2 out of 3. I thought I had the hat. Oh well. We'll sort that out as we go. It's not an immediate concern. What is our money sitting at right now? No, I can't do 777 very easily right now without doing a bunch of grinding then. Not gonna worry about that at the minute. We can, however, easily drain our MP entirely. We'll go ahead and just do that. Oh, can I not manage to drain it entirely with this? So I need to swap and... Does the knife take that much MP? Why aren't you... Yeah, that just takes that much. I need something that drains just a little bit so I can finish draining it then. Switch back to the regular knife. Or that takes too much too? Shenanigans. Nope, that takes too much. Fall? Nope. Boomerang. Nope. Okay. One of these has to only take a little bit of MP to manage to get rid of the last bit here. Nope. That's not mathing out quite right either. This is what makes this quest slightly more annoying. Because you have to reduce your MP to 0. Though, 2 birds with 1 stone. Let's go get cursed. Because the curse will reduce our MP to 0 anyway. And we'll just quickly go back to the desert for that, because that's where I know for a fact something can curse me conveniently. I hate this place, but I'll go back here for the purposes of efficiency. Probably most effective if I warp, like, up here? Because I know this room doesn't have any ectoplasms in it, but I think one of the ones in this staircase near here has an ectoplasm that we can go get cursed by. So why didn't we get up into this corner of this room over here? Did I just not bother? Also, yeah, I think this is the one where the ghosts gather that we need for the big ghost. That's why this one's out by itself over here. Yeah, I just didn't bother to jump up there because I was getting annoyed by the ghosts. Of course, there's nothing in this corner. Now was it that I let a bunch of the ghosts gather up? Or was it just kill ghosts till the big ghost shows up? I forget which way this works. This is a room with nothing but ghosts, so presumably this is the correct place. Ironically enough, I'm actually getting the methodology for this crossed with a room from La Mulana, because you have to let a bunch of them ghosts gather in that room. I'm just gonna start whipping these, because we're only getting 2 at a time now. So I've either already screwed it up, or I'm on the right track. I'm gonna just hope eventually a big ghost shows up, or we're in the wrong room. There he is. And that's Ghost to the Desert done. Going down there won't help us find an ectoplasm, I don't think. Going this way is the better choice. There it is. Curse me, you bastard. Curse me! Curse me! I'm still wearing the damn charm necklace. Curse me! Thank you. I think I need to still be cursed when I get back to Wind in order for it to credit. which thankfully we can just warp 90% of the way in seconds. The hardest part was just getting cursed in the first place. And this is another one of the things that I was talking about when I said, even though I'm not going for 100%, I'm going to do some things out of curiosity and just because I'm going to do them. A bunch of these little side things I'll do both for the items you get and just to show off doing them. Curse did wear off, so hopefully we don't need it to still be active when we get here.
You're back. Excellent.
Turn that in. God damn it. We do actually need to get here still cursed.
Excellent.
We already have the thick glasses. There we go. So we gained a bit more max mana out of that. And I think I clicked through what he gave us for the other one a little too quick. We found the whip knuckle, so it's not that. We already had the royal sandals. Yeah, I should probably check. Yeah, the sequin dress is a lot better. Put that on. It's all fine and well. Pretty sure we do want to use Stella's locket at some point, but we don't need it right now. Yeah, it's all fine and well. We had the Book of Spirits already, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know what we got for doing that. Doesn't matter.
You're back.
Yeah, we're all caught up, aside from these other things. And this is just going to be raising luck, I'm pretty sure, for the 777 one, so I'm not going to stress over it. The healing spell would be nice to have, though.
I'll make you a deal.
We also have access to buying high potions now. Which... it's currently not worth it to us to buy them, because 3 potions gives us more health than 1 high potion does, and 3 potions is cheaper than 1 high potion would be. We can get Castle Map 3, showing where the clock tower is. There's new weapons in here, as you can see. All kinds of new armor and stuff. There should be some new skills down here at the bottom as well. Yeah, Discus, Kunimitsu, Spirit of Light, Dark Rift. We may as well get rid of some of our extras while we're here. Which I don't think we have that many. And I'm mostly holding on to singles of everything, both because it's become a tradition for me at some point, and just a matter of collecting instinct. I'll keep the second charm necklace, though, because having both of them be immune to curse is not a bad thing to have. Yeah, we're getting pretty well set. We should be fine for most things we encounter for a while. We could easily do better, but we don't have it yet. Do I want to go to Nation of Fools, or do I want to go up the Clock Tower? Considering I hate Nation of Fools, and I hate the Clock Tower, I'm very torn on this thought. I say as I go to the Clock Tower anyway. Well, we're not going that way. Well, this is going to be slightly complicated. especially since Charlotte doesn't want to stand where I want her to. Yeah, they're a constant. Quit crouching every time I try to use your head. And damn you, Charlotte. Nope, we actually... I might have fucked myself. Well, interesting. I think I wasn't supposed to jump in here right now. Nope, we can get out. Okay. It's just very tight jump. Scared myself for a second there. Okay, so we're not going this way right now, because we can't. Sad days. Gotta go to Nation of Fools. I was pretty sure I didn't soft lock by jumping in there. But there's always that worry, because I've definitely managed to soft lock myself in ways I had no business managing to do before. Yep, time to go to the circus. Diamond card right out the gate is not a bad thing to get, I think. I remember that for some reason. Why do I remember the diamond card? Visible thing? Yeah, I think you're supposed to collect all 4 suits or something, and it does something. That might be one of Wynn's tasks. I don't remember. I just remember that was something I tried to get, and I don't remember why I tried to get it. There's the Killer Clowns. You probably remember those from when we were doing Dawn of Sorrow. There's the Warp Room. I don't think there's anything aesthetic or style-wise that upset me with this place. I want to say it's just the layout of this place pissed me off. As you'll notice, we went all the way around all of that just to go slightly to the right. Because this place is just kind of folded in on itself a bunch, from what I remember. And there are certain parts of it that take a very long time to go back around if something goes wrong. Oh, we got the javelin. I want to say it does still do damage when it's sitting in the ground off the throw. That's what makes the javelin somewhat useful. But personally, I'll probably keep the block of knives. Did I properly re-equip those? I have the boomerang right now. Fix that. You saw that too, didn't you? Now we wandered into a damn Mario game. And boo circles. No, do I want that? Oh, I just go this way to get it. I don't even know why I questioned that. The answer is brain is getting tired. That is why I am getting stupid. Oh yeah, and you know, that's just a thing that's happening. That guy on the wall there, yeah, that's fine. Because remember when I said this place is kind of folded in on itself? This is what I meant. Everything here is kind of sideways over on this side. Which, that I don't mind. I think that's actually kind of cool. But... map pathing-wise, it starts getting annoying. Ooh. Long spear might actually be kind of useful. But I want to say I ended up doing this place before I picked up Nebula. And that also made this kind of a lot more troublesome because I didn't have a way of reaching some of these enemies that I've been, like, hitting sideways and such. How strong is the long spear? Pretty strong! That, I think, might be enough of a damage difference that I will use that anyway. In spite of the long spear being real slow. Right, this place does have traps! Right. That spinning blade might actually, in fact, be part of what I remember about not liking this place, or... So I'm getting a memory back of dying to those blades a lot. I want to say I was trying to rush through this place after getting annoyed at the layout of it. And then I would just keep eating shit to those blades because I was trying to get way too ahead of myself. Because that is absolutely something I would do and have definitely done before. So that is a valid memory. I've gone in a circle. That's the other annoying thing with this place, is it's very easy to just circle back in on yourself. If you're not watching the map as you're moving around here. Sure, let's go this way. We're backstage now, it looks like. Oh, never mind. We are back in Ruined City E-section instead. From Clownland to Broken Old City. Which, this room is identical to the other one like this, except it has a spinning blade in it. I would like to point out. Which I think was another thing that kind of disappointed me with this place, is the fact that there are a bunch of fairly obviously repeated rooms in here. Like, it's just the same room, like, rotated a different direction, or same room with one thing added or something. That's not to say we haven't had that experience already in some of these places, but... it just bothers me more here for some reason. Probably because I was already annoyed with this place. Ah, there we go. Our first dual crush. You'll notice that the MP bar is now flashing. If it's flashing, you can use your dual crushes to do just wild and crazy things. There's another warp point. Which means there should be a save point around here somewhere, theoretically. A little long spear, that'll be worth good money. That's how your dual crushes work. They usually are wide-angle, strong attacks. I thought Volcano was going to do more for me than that, which is why I used it. Because I didn't want to deal with this room full of flea men. What's funny is I could have swore there was a different Dual Crush we were supposed to get before this one. Or maybe that's just... Maybe I just didn't use this, and then I found the other one, and finally started using that. I can already tell I'm having infinitely less trouble here than I did when I played before. Probably in part because I'm actually avoiding the blades instead of just stubbornly face-tanking through them. Like I definitely remember doing. Yeah, it just loops back around. Because there were definitely more than a few times in this game that I got real bullheaded. Mostly just due to impatience. And it definitely got me into a lot of trouble. Yeah, you guys can't see the map, but understand that we've just gone in one giant square, pretty much. Because we skipped over where it would actually take us further inside the square. So I'm just trying to do the outside first, then come inside afterwards. And people can make of that sentence what they will, I don't care. We've looped back around again. I have long since acknowledged that any sentence I say can be clipped out of context in whatever way people want. That's probably going to be useful. Meanwhile, that path, less useful. But I think the battle jacket is better than the armor we're wearing. Ignoring the fact that I could have put the iron plate on earlier and didn't. So no, it's actually worse. Rip. Go through and actually put this shit on. Which, it's funny, I had so much trouble with this game years ago. And now here I am walking through like it's a walk in the park, not even bothering to put proper new equipment on along the way. Just like, it'll be fine. Just traipsing on through with not a care in the goddamn world. Just goes to show how things change over time. All you have to do is just actually put a little bit more effort into your movement, and games get so much easier. I know for a fact 90% of my problems were with movement before, because I just wouldn't avoid things like I should. So I would always just get my head kicked in. Yeah, we may as well switch her to Tempest. That sounds like it'll be a better spell. I don't think we got anything other than multiple long spears in here so far, weapon-wise. And the long spear is doing plenty. At most, I would probably swap back to Nebula for getting at things around angles. Oh, we did get a Bible. I don't know when we got that. Maybe that's what we got from the ghost thing and I just missed it. I don't know. Let's swing that around for a little while, because that should work the way the Bible has usually worked in these games, where it spins around you. Yep. That'll be good for clearing some of these areas out. Good for you. You see this? Grenade. One of the handful of elemental attacks Jonathan can get, I think. There might be more than I'm remembering. But I remember him not getting a lot, because that's kind of supposed to be Charlotte's whole thing, is having the elemental stuff. Because, you know, mage and all that. This does something. An odd place for a statue of the Virgin Mary. Isn't this supposed to, like, have bloody tears or something at some point? Like, there's a way to trigger that to happen. And that is something you have to do at some point. I remember that being a thing. I don't remember if that was this one, or if it was one of the things attached to one of the Dawn of Sorrow special monsters or something. So it all does slightly run together. Especially when you're operating on... I played this when it was relatively new, so probably like a year or two after it came out, and I think this was 2006? So I would have probably been playing it in, at latest, 2009, which would have been 14 years ago? Aside from touching on it since then, because I did want to finish the game, and then I just never could draw the motivation together to finish it after having lost that file. And I also touched upon the randomizer for this a couple times, but never really fully felt the need to go through with that, too. I'm going around over here because there's a path I can take to go up toward the center from here. Because basically, each of the 4 cardinal directions has a way inward toward the center of the square. Ow. Ow. Yep. Yep, hate this room. Hate this room a lot. I think we found the room that made me hate this level. I think we might be onto something here, because this just sucks. Hey, let's say we go a different direction. Let's go any other direction other than this one. Let's say we do that. That seems like a great idea. Let's warp to the other end and go down instead of up, and see if that goes any better for us. I say, knowing full well it probably won't be any better. Because it's probably just as full of blades, but maybe going down will be easier. This is also when we find out that this probably doesn't even lead all the way in, and I'm gonna have to go the other way anyway. And then we just have a really bad day. But, right side, we found MP boost. So, you know, that was worth it. Okay, that just leads back where we came from. Just making sure. Yep, it's gonna be the same shit, just from a different angle. Which, the angle might actually make this better, though. Because this is easier to get past. Yeah, that was infinitely easier. Now we can get critical arts by double tapping forward. And I think you can get to the boss room from either end in here, is how this works. And you can also get to this end of the... I don't know. You wouldn't have been able to get to the boss room from the left or right. It's a little weird, yeah. It's a little strange. So speaking of disorienting, this whole big empty room is a whole thing. It's the typical Legion fight! Aha! This is another thing you just can't seem to go without, is Legion anymore. Right, the bodies hurt a lot, too. Might want to actually switch to using Charlotte more here. Okay, Tempest is a vertical spell, so actually that might work really well if I can slip in under him. There we go. Now the real mess starts. Okay, that wasn't worth much. We don't actually have a lot of healing on hand right now. Which could be a problem. Thankfully, Legion is not especially dangerous after a point. Let's get rid of this so the bodies stop raining, though he's going to be shooting a lot more lasers at that point. Oh, right, he also has the spinning flame. I forgot he does that when he has no bodies to dump. That's a problem. He also does that, which is a bit upsetting. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Thankfully, as long as you understand what his pattern is, Legion is not much of a threat. And after you get him sorted out. Just a fight that takes a while. Since you have to crack that whole outer shell first. Oh, you don't have to crack the whole thing, you just need to get an opening, technically. But I found that it's harder to just get straight at the core of Legion in this one than, like, in Dawn of Sorrow. But maybe that's just me because of how I play this one, relative to how I play Dawn. I'll try hitting with the Dual Crush, actually. That might be effective. I just position the volcano, like, right under him. Except I hit the wrong button. Most of those went a little low, but we got him anyway. Easily disposed of. Thank you. The one advantage to fighting a boss so many times in so many different games is you kind of get him down to a science. Because they don't really change Legion that much from one Castlevania to another. Usually just has the body dropping, the lasers, and I think the flame thing isn't in every game he shows up in. That's the one slightly surprising one. And over here, you know, we've got fucking sideways flying Medusa heads. So, you know, that's great. That's fun for the whole family. Okay, this just leads us back around to where we were. I'm just double checking to make sure we're not missing items on the sides that we didn't go down. Yep, there we go, another MP max. It's so easy to end up just wanting to wander all over the place in these, and you end up almost 100%ing them by accident. Because curiosity just kicks in everywhere you go. Aside from areas that are annoying, which even this area, compared to the problems I had with it when I was younger, this was not bad at all. Like, this was honestly easy. I don't know why I had so much trouble with it, aside from what I suggested before of just bullheadedly bashing my face into blades. I feel like these flying armors had their design downgraded a bit. I feel like that doesn't quite look as good as they did before. I think they simplified them a little bit. Okay, there was a lot of nothing over here so far. Except a lot of goddamn flea men. Okay, there we go. That's worth it. Another HP increase. And no, the advice I would always give to people playing these games, relative to how I play, is don't be like me, or at least don't be like the old me in particular. Learn to dodge. Don't just face tank everything. Your life will be so much better. Remember what Piccolo said. Dodge. Yeah, that is Nation of Fools dealt with. We now have the cog to get into the clock tower. And we're still more or less on track with a portrait an hour. Because it's now 3.5 hours and we've done 3 portraits. If I was gonna sit here and do a very long stream today, I could probably beat the game in one day. I'm not going to do that, though. This will probably be split between this week and next week, and then the game will be done. And I probably won't go straight to Order of Ecclesia afterwards. We'll probably do something else for Mondays in between, just to keep it varied. As to what that'll be, I have no idea. I have over a week to figure that out. I might throw a poll up at some point and see what people feel. Now that we've cleared that out, Wind will probably have some other stuff for us to do.
You're back.
From the spinning art in front of him 3 times in a row.
This is your training.
And yeah, there we go. Find the statue's tear buried under the rubble and bring it here. That's what I was talking about with the statue that we were looking at. Wrong button. I suck at doing the spinning art. 1, 2... There we go. I just had to say something about it and then it would work out.
You're back. Excellent.
Heart of the Zephyr, Rocket Slash. Wait, had another thing now because of that.
Care to try? I'm
Input
counting on
up, back, down, forward. Okay, so just a full circle backward. Okay. That one's actually easy.
you. You're back. Excellent.
Poison versus poison. Bring him a moldy bread, an amanita, and a long sword. We do actually want that sword, I think, but by the time we get the pieces for it, I think it's gonna be out of date.
I'll make you a deal.
Go ahead and stock up on potions again. Do you gain any other new stuff in here that I care about? Doesn't really look like it. Nothing's jumping out at me immediately. Now, this rocket slash thing we got. What is the deal with that? Oh, right, that's the martial art we learned. We had critical art. Is that actually a thing in here? Yeah, there it is. Dash at the enemy and perform a lightning quick slash. I know some of these, I think, match the special skills you got on weapons in Dawn. That might have a little bit too much of a wind-up to it, but we'll try it out for a little while. And I don't know if I'm ever going to use that knee move we have now. I feel like that's just a good way to get yourself killed. But if you were, like, going fists only, that might actually be a really good move to have. Also, didn't go under here at any point, even though I should have a while ago. This door is just open. This was the save point at the beginning of the game that I didn't use. Just so it's on the map. I don't think this is breakable now. Okay. So off to the clock tower we go. I might finish off the painting that's up there, I might not. I don't know how much longer I want to keep going. Even though it's only been 3.5 hours. My interrupted sleep definitely leaves me in not an ideal position as far as that goes. This energy drink is keeping me going for the moment. Now, I think this was where the cog needed to go. 'Cause I think you were supposed to get the cog and then fight her. Yeah. You know, that cog we found earlier will probably fit here. You think? Cog is inserted. Ta-da! We can get through now. Let's go. Yeah, you're supposed to put one each on each of these. Go ahead and put Charlotte on here. We may as well color coordinate these for fun. Right, that's the problem. I have to switch between the two of them and keep them from running into something, because I think we need both bikes down here. Yeah, because they need to both crash into that wall. I remember now. I remember this being a pain in the butt. Damn it, I hit the wrong button. Because guess who's used to A always being jump? This guy. God damn it. Sometimes that quick reflex just catches your brain at the wrong way and it just... bleh. Charlotte, Jonathan, Charlotte, Jonathan, Charlotte, Jonathan. I was ready with the right button, but I was too slow getting over it. Son of a bitch. This is why I said this is annoying. Mostly because getting over that one ledge is a son of a bitch. Because if you're just ever so slightly too slow, that bike leaves your ass behind. And I don't think you can actually run ahead of it that well because of the fact that you'll then end up causing Charlotte to move, I think. There we go. That was the one. Wham! Haha! I did it. ahead and grab the halberd. There's a door there. What else is around? Up, up, up. What's in here? Save point. Definitely gonna use that so I don't have to do the bike thing again. As fun as it was also going to be a pain. The halberd stronger? No, it's weaker. Okay. Point. Oh, the killer dolls, huh? Okay. Oh joy, taunt. Actually, that... Ooh, I see a way that could be used now. Yep, there's a portrait right there. I don't know if that's the one I'm supposed to go to next, but we may as well go there since we see it. I'm just gonna check the other doors around here first. Is what you could do, probably, is use the assist call. Have Jonathan pop in with taunt, so Charlotte can actually cast her spells with reasonable peace. Something I never bothered to do back in the day, but would make sense. Yeah, we can't actually get through here still. You can almost just jump your way up this thing if you really want to. Yeah, I think this leads around to the other door of the clock tower. Or after a fashion. And, you know, sword bats. And the other succubus. Oh, okay, that actually seems to have iframes because we went straight through her. That could actually be really useful against bosses, getting me behind them. At least on the small bosses. I need to remember that. I'm using a lot of things I never bothered to use back in the day as well. Because I know I had things like Rocket Slash, because I remember doing the majority of Wynn's tasks over time. We're not going to have the MP to keep doing that, so I probably should stop spamming that to pass these and just kill them. Because we're going to hit this door and not be able to proceed, I think. Because I think this was where the flame was, wasn't it? No, this was just a regular doorway. Oh, this is where the elevator in here is. That we currently can't use, I think. Yeah, we currently can't use that. Let's just... Oh, right, this is the other side of the flame. We can turn that off now. That was actually a really good thing to do, probably. Because now we can just use the warp point over here to go back to where the portrait is and go in there. I'm accidentally doing good things. It's hard to say whether that was a real accident or if that was muscle memory reminding me that something was there. Or that I should do. Let's go in the portrait, then we'll go back, talk to Wynn, and see if there's new things that relate to here to do. Because sometimes he'll tell you about a task to do in a place after, and sometimes he'll tell you before. The Forest of Doom. I don't remember this place at all, so I don't think it was any serious issue here. Unless I'm just not remembering based on the name, and there might be something that'll remind me when I get in there. Because based on the picture, it looked like it was some kind of mansion place, not a forest. But it might be that, like, it enters through a forest and goes into a mansion. Anything else for me? Not yet, okay. I know I probably seem to be going back and checking that a lot, but that's because it does change fairly frequently. Not that I need to be checking it that much, but I don't want to miss anything and have to go back and do something if I don't have to. Because while this type of game is designed with backtracking in mind, I still want to, like, limit that. I do remember this song, though. Oh yeah, the bird tree. Rogue. Okay, yeah, no, this is... I do remember this place now. Yeah, because this is where Malachi, and I think I remember one other specific monster that shows up in here that we'll be seeing fairly soon. There's the upgraded axe armors, which I think, like red skeletons, they don't die, yeah. At least not currently. As you might imagine from killer bees, I'm like 90% sure they poison you. Clear all the harpies out. That's a beehive. No, thank you. Oh, the difference using the best weapon you have as opposed to the weapon you like. You can make. Something's shaking the screen. Oh, it's a Treant. Okay, that's not so bad. He's gonna try to kick me in the face. Or he's just gonna dance around and die. You know what, I accept that. Tristan and Isolde. Which is another notable story, and I don't remember it. It's also weaker than the Tome of Arms 2, so we're not gonna be using it. But I'll show what the animation for it is. It's another night. I don't think I showed the Tome of Arms 2 one either. It's this. You probably saw it when she was attacking on her own, but just so everybody's guaranteed to see it, it's 2 axes and a sword. More MP. I'm not even gonna bother killing that beehive. Just get me out of there. Smack the student witch out of the way. For the longest time, I thought I had to chase down the cat they turn into in order to get their drops. Because I just never could get the drops from the student witches or the witches. Because the drop rate, for some reason, just was being awful for those. So there I was, just chasing fucking cats up and down these goddamn hallways all the time. Treant room. Do-do-do. I wasn't confident that I was going to be able to fit through them, but I wanted to find out for sake of saving a bunch of time. Lo and behold, don't even have to fight the Treants. You can just warp through them and walk on. Meow. The beehive. I want to say one of the things Wynn's gonna want me to do is kill beehives. I remember for some reason actively destroying those. Maybe there's something relating to the bells, too. Since those are lit up. but it doesn't seem to have done anything right now. Just grab that. You know what? Let's just get this nonsense off my screen, shall we? That's what dual crushes are good for. Aside from clocking a lot of damage on bosses, they clean out a big mess in an area pretty well. Oh, the fucking animated gravestones. They're not as bad in this one. I think it was Dawn of Sorrow that they pissed me off in originally, because they would just jump on my head unexpectedly, and I was actually dying to them now and then. Because I'd be weakened from fighting everything else that was in the area they were in. I wouldn't notice it, and it would just pop up and smack me in the face. Oh yeah, and then there's these moldy corpses. I think this is where we can get an Amanita from. I think they drop that mushroom. Of course, don't quote me on that till we actually get it to drop, but my memory is telling me that that's true. And they are covered in mushrooms, so it would make sense. Oh yeah, and then there's this fucking thing. Which I still don't know what his deal is. Huh. I figured that would have actually hit that. Well, we can try this. If it wasn't curving around to hit this fucking guy, I think it would work. Nebula just doesn't want to go straight for some reason. Yeah, I think we're SOL on that one then. I don't think this has much reach either. No. So that is a bit of a concerning animation if you look at it too close. Where Jonathan's arm just does the fucking wiggle straight out like that. It's... Ew. I have concerns for his bones. Oh yeah, notice we're at 400% right now. That's because it has a separate percentage for each portrait. And then you count that percentage on top of the actual castle percentage, and it... numbers. And while I could just finish this game tomorrow, I don't think I will. I might do something else for tomorrow's game. I don't think we have anything outstanding that I was supposed to be doing, but I'll double check before I commit anything for tomorrow. And of course, you know, that's all depending on the internet transfer going properly. Because if it stresses me out, I'm of course not going to stream that day. Slash, if it ends up breaking everything, also won't stream that day. I don't remember these dark rooms that much, but Might also be that they're, like, a non-entity. It is worth noting that you guys are probably going to be able to see better in these rooms than I can. I can still see outside of my light circle, but not a lot. Not that there was that much to see in those rooms anyway. But with the expanded view you guys have, I'm sure things were a little clearer. Okay, so the end of this building... Oh, that's how we get to that. Okay. Bang, bang, bang. I don't know if it'll count those bells retroactively, but I'm going to hit them all as we pass them anyway, just in case. Because if it does, then we don't have to come back in here when I'm assuming Wind will tell us to go hit those bells. Now, there's 2 drops from the moldy corpses, so there's a chance that they drop the mushrooms I'm looking for. We already have the longsword, we just need moldy bread, which is also a possibility that they would drop that, so... They might actually have both. If we want to, we can actually just easily grind out the odds here just by entering and exiting, smacking and entering and exiting, smacking. Though it's a 3-star and a 4-star rarity, so it's not going to be the highest odds of them ever actually showing up. But I'll do this for a minute or two and see how this goes for us. I can't imagine my constant flicking back and forth like that is that pleasant to look at, which is why I'm not going to do it for long. Yeah. It ain't happening, so we're not going to do that. And there's the boss door right there. So I guess let's do the boss, and then maybe that'll be it for the day. We'll have done the boss of 4 portraits in one session, as well as a couple little castle bosses. They gone. I don't remember this fight at all. Okay, he's absorbing the water. Now he's gonna spray it out, I assume? Yep. Probably want to stay towards the top of the water so it doesn't hit me then. Yep, but it's fine. Now we just walk over here and do this. I think this is going to be one of those that this just boils down to a non-entity of a fight, and that's why I don't remember it. He's trying to block the surface with his nonsense here. That's not really that big an issue either. See, this is a boss where you can just sit here and clock damage like nobody's business. And he's dead. Yeah, he had 1,800 health. And 50 at a time, we just stabbed him to death. Now we get Toad Morph, which is how we get through that tiny corridor you saw back over by that boiler-looking thing. We didn't see the entirety of this place, but I think that's good enough for this place for the moment. So we've so far died to 1 boss, I think? And that was just Astarte because I fucked up and let Jonathan get charmed. And then we died to one bit of regular enemy-related nonsense earlier. Because I got greedy. Doesn't look like that actually triggered anything. Having beaten that boss, so... That's a little weird. So maybe we're not actually done with that place. Not sure. I don't remember well enough. But I think 422% in what the game's listing is 3 hours, but in reality it was closer to 4. Because we lost a bit of time due to deaths, and we also had one reset I needed to do because of performance issues. But let's take a look if there's anywhere I particularly want us to go. We're at 5:30 in the afternoon. There's a couple of appealing options in front of me right now. But most of them have a lot of people in right now, and we would not exactly make a significant impact there. With what we got at the minute. So I think I'll call it good here. I know I've been not raiding a bunch lately. I'm also trying to just not meaninglessly raid out. Not that adding more people is ever truly meaningless, but it's more a matter of if I've got work I should be doing, I shouldn't raid out and end up getting stuck. Because I don't want to leave wherever we end up going. And then it just turns into a whole thing, and yeah. But either way, I would say... Rain. Thank you for those who stuck around through this. Don't forget to push the follow button if you want to be back here when I do this again, because it's going to be a week, and I'm sure even I'll forget a few things by then. We will be back potentially tomorrow, definitely back on Thursday for more Soul Hackers. Friday, as long as Xeno's up for it, we'll do more of the collab stuff. It might even still be Saints Row 4. We'll see how we feel by the time Friday rolls around for that. Saturday should still be more Kingsfield 4, since I didn't do it today. You too, Mendel. You look after yourself. We all gotta make sure to keep an eye on how we do things and our own health and everything, because it's important. But other than that, I don't think I have much else aside from being shocked that I rolled through this quite as well as I did. I genuinely expected to have a little more trouble, but I'm not upset about it in the slightest. Yeah, fingers crossed that tomorrow goes well, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Otherwise, expect me back on Thursday. By hook or by crook, I will be back live on Thursday. There's no way I'm going to there's no way I'm going to miss 2 scheduled days in 1 week, unless something atrocious happens, which I don't anticipate. But, like I said, take care of yourselves, and I will see you when we see each other again. Have a good one and be good. Night.